drift.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
Hi, welcome back to Project Horizon. I'm Charlotte, joined by Rigger, and let's face it, 2026 season is starting now here for VCT China, and it's all very, very exciting. And we begin, Rigger, with Trace Esports versus Wolves Esports. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm excited. I think 2025 is a big year for CN as a whole region. We have one of the more exciting ascensions as well, and now we're coming into the beginning of the season. Kickoff starting the year off strong with arguably one of the more anticipated rosters, Wolves, versus one team that upsets a lot when it comes to Kickoff, Trace. So very strong start to the season, and hopefully we get some really good VALORANT here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel a little bit like this is kind of destined in a way, because the big story coming out of Kickoff was Trace Esports last year. They had a good run at Champs in Seoul, they had a good run through Kickoff, but then they just completely fell apart when it came to Masters Bangkok, and they don't even have that record to hold on to anymore of having the worst Masters performance, because immediately after Masters Toronto, MIBR ripped it from them by winning two fewer rounds. So they don't even have that sort of glory, I guess. It's not really glory, but then you have, coming into stage one, a big story coming out of that stage was Wolves Esports. They kind of surprised everyone. They took third place and also managed to take third place in Masters Toronto, winning the hearts of, let's face it, a lot of people around the world. Now they've had to make changes, so Lysor no longer on the team, moving over to XLG and sort of filling in the gaps here, but also new signings over for Trace Esports. Both teams with a disappointing stage 2, they're going to want to prove themselves.
Yeah, and it's a big patch in comparison to where we started last year, with a lot more quality of life. We have a brand new mechanics buff that happened a couple of months ago. Looking forward to see how these teams show up today, especially with how the meta is transforming the last couple of months, and the updated map pool. We have Breeze making its return. We're going to see what region is best at it. China definitely looking to stamp their mark on this current meta and this season as we go through. But yeah, Trace Esports versus Wolves. Who do you have? Let's start the show off hard. Who do you have winning this?
I did go for a Trace Esports win here. I know that might be a bit more of an unpopular pick, but the signings that they've made, you bring in Delby from a very successful All Gamers team. We watched them make quite a run in stage 2 last year, managed to make it to playoffs, almost beat XLG, but just sort of couldn't quite break into that top 4. And you bring in Viva as well, the IGL from that XLG side as well, that were the first team other than EDG to win a stage here in VCT China since the league's inception back in 2024. And I just think this team is built for success. Delby and Viva are just incredible signings for me, and we know how tumultuous of a time Wolves have had it in their off season with issues with Satoshi coming in and then being dropped before even really playing an official game. It seems like they haven't really found their feet yet.
I fully agree with you, and I think if I were to define this game in two contrasts, I would say that Wolves is a team with a lot of star power and actually doing what a lot of esports players have been trying to do the last couple of years, which is building up brands and personal ideologies and stuff like that. So we have Sufat Baby and Yosemite, two people who stood out the whole of last year, versus this entire Trace roster that has been pulling silently behind the curtains to build this team that potentially has a lot of oomph, a lot of backing behind it. I think for today's games, I would like to see a new version of Sunset, because every single region has their Sunset map, a map that has a lot of rehab.
Sunset's gone.
Yeah. No. So every region has their one map, right? China used to be really good in Sunset.
I got you
so
now.
Then what is the new map pool? What map in the new map pool is going to be the new one? So I'm thinking Pearl. I'm thinking we're going to see a lot of Pearl. I'm seeing in Americas and EMEA, Breeze and Abyss have gone up in prio significantly. So we're going to potentially see some Breeze or Abyss. I think Breeze is going to be one of the more interesting ones. That hole's being removed. Definitely going to cause aiming to be not as mandatory, but still super mandatory on a map that's that open. But Abyss has always been a CN favorite. The CN region loves them Abyss and loves that double duel and double senti on it as well.
Yeah, indeed. So another thing to talk about as well is that we've got some new features even in the esports side of things. In matches like this one, where there is an equal seeding between the teams, instead of doing a coin flip to decide who gets to pick, first or second ban, we now have a skirmish 1v1. And the exciting thing about this, the one for this match specifically, is that it's between both coaches. Trace have sent in Destroyer and Wolves have sent in Fade, which I think is going to be quite an interesting one, because we saw Pal play the skirmish in EMEA yesterday, but lost out to Bavian, I think it was. But we've got two coaches now, so really this is going to be a battle to see what's going on with that. And when we're talking about maps as well, I mean, an important thing to point out we'll talk about maps in a second. Here is the skirmish. So you can see the whole team getting behind their coaches here. Kill for Fade. So currently 2-2, and remember it's first to 5 here in these pre-match skirmishes. So whichever team wins gets to choose whether they start first or second. But it does seem that Fade did win that for Wolves Esports, so they got to choose whether they want to pick first or whether they want to pick second.
But we do have vetoes coming through. So I was right. So we have Abyss first, followed by Haven, followed by Bind, and Wolves are starting on attack for Abyss side. So, like I said, Abyss is a CN favorite. The way they play that game fundamentally is really, really high level. I think CN's one of the major proponents of KO in general. Like, there's a lot of initiation you're seeing on that KO side. So Abyss is just a natural favorite. Haven, we're going to see potentially some double duel or some double sentinel or double controller action. And finally finishing off on Bind, with Trace starting defense and attack retrospect or Haven, and then attack on Bind. So we're going to see a pretty interesting series. No breeze yet in CN. So is this a permaban? If this is just a comfort pick, but a pretty standard map pool, pretty standard veto.
Yeah, I was really hoping we would see some breeze, but I mean, the thing to point out about Bind, which is what I was going to say before we were rudely interrupted by the 1v1, is that I mean, when you look back at Trace Esports in Champions Seoul, when they did their incredible things, getting out of the group and whatever, it was Bind and Ascent, the two maps that they were really, really good at, and obviously Ascent isn't here, so seeing Bind in the pool does sort of give me a bit of hope for Trace. They've got some different parts in the roster, but same coach. We've still got Kai and Fung Fung in there too, and I think if we do get to that map 3, it could lean in Trace's favor.
Yeah, but the big thing here is surviving to that third map, right? It's Wolves are going to be, in my mind, they're the favorites for this series. But Trace has been a team that always shows up big in the game that you least expected. So Trace definitely the underdogs today coming into this, and yeah, we're gonna have to see. But we start on Abyss. Has Abyss had any changes besides the new revamped A side of the map or B side of the map? I think Abyss is pretty standard. It's becoming what I would like to regard as the more modern day Ascent. It has a mix of absolutely everything. It has a mid control that can be full contest and heavily contested. It has very deep penetration down mid for defenders to enable fast rotates. And now we finally have two sites which are anchorable. So we're going to potentially see a lot of flair, especially if we're going to see that Viper pick coming through. That's draft, and we don't know what the coaches are cooking up. We saw that they were busy playing Skirmish, making sure their side selection skills are pretty sharp.
So we look towards this. I mean, you asked me who I think is going to win. Are you also on this Trace Esports bandwagon, or are you going to be the dissenting opinion? Do you think that this is going to be a Wolves win?
I think it's going to be Wolves because Wolves has had, at least in the 2025 season, they've had the full gamut of experiences. They went from being underdogs in their region to doing well at internationals and then doing bad in their region, and not having the performances they'd want towards the end of the year. So they've had a lot of time. They've had the opportunity to know what doing well and winning feels like. And as this preseason wins on, they learned how that hubris can catch up with you and how failure looks like. So I think Wolves potentially has a good standing to start and potentially be one of the top teams in this region. And I'm hoping to see that from them. Yeah, I'm hoping to see how they've translated those losses towards the end of the season into something slightly more fruitful, something more tangible, going into kickoff and potentially whole of 2026. But yeah, as the players are walking in, how are you feeling about this? Exciting prospect.
Of course, it's an exciting game, and I mean we've got to point out as well the road shows here for China. We're starting kickoff here is in Guangzhou. It's no longer in the VCT China arena in Shanghai. We are going all across the country here, and like I say, kickoff in Guangzhou. It's going to be a very, very exciting game as we bring out Trace Esports, and again we can talk about those new signings, Delby and Viva. You can see them just popping up on the screen there. I think that's some experience that is going to be really needed by this Trace Esports side, because those were also players that, were at the top. They did experience quite a lot of success. I mean, obviously Viva going to champs, and they beat Sentinels in that group stage game as well. You have obviously Delby with a wealth of experience too. All Gamers went on their run, but also had a bit of a middling start to the year. So, like with Wolves Esports, the players on this Trace Esports roster now do have a lot of experience to come into this game and to fight with it, and they do have that sort of sneak bind at the end of the series if we need that map 3.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a big narrative 2026, I think, it was for 2025, which is new prospects coming in and being superstars, right? A lot of its academy teams and people who've been promoted from Ascension were big players in big moments. So now we have these roster changes and people shuffling around, people who are in their rookie years going into more veteran years. How do they show up, right? Especially as you can see that the lights are getting brighter, especially for Siena as a region. As they were underrepresented, the lights are getting brighter, the screens are getting bigger, the fans are growing in number. So having something like Bind in your back pocket if you're Trace means that you just need to survive for long enough in the series. And if you show up, if you're, as Trace is known to do at times, you don't even need to use your sneak peek. You can just show up on the big one. You can show up on the first 2 maps and potentially catch a team like Wolves by surprise. They're absolutely relishing in the bright lights, and it's everyone's dream, be on the big stage and play the game you love while also being the personality that you are. And yeah, the hometown favorites, Wolves, walking in. Yeah,
they do look like they are enjoying it, and why wouldn't you? I mean, first of all, the walkouts are always sick. They're always so cool. The rising panels, it's fine. It's not like the equipment's expensive. It's all good. And we do also have to point out as well, unfortunately, we don't have a clean feed for you today. So in the background, you might be able to hear some of the VCTCN casters in the background. We apologize for that. It is getting worked on. As always, at the start of a new season, these things sort of take some time to iron out, to get organized. But enough about that, because it's almost time to jump into our first game. The first game of the year, let's not forget. I'm so excited. And we're going to get a look at the compositions here in a second too. Obviously, we mentioned the KO is quite a common one. In terms of the duelist picks, this is something that's really interesting, because it feels like Waylay is really taking prevalence over the Jet now. what are we looking at here? Are we looking at like a Waylay Yoru, solo Waylay? What are you thinking?
Well, Yoru got nerfed. I'm not too sure if it's just going to be a placebo nerf. It just affects the quality of life in terms of ultis. From what I understand in my experience as a coach, we tend to be about 2 to 3 patches behind on a pro level about what is good and what is bad. So Waylay being strong last patch means that it might be catching up to Waylay's strength on release, etc. So potentially Waylay, I think Jets coming into prevalence a lot more. I'm seeing a lot more Jets on maps like Breeze. So Jet being picked on Abyss as a comfort pick probably makes the most sense, especially with how little util there is in the game at the moment. So I think it's a toss-up. I think definitely those three, Jet, Waylay, and Yoru, are favorites. I think we are seeing more Phoenix. I think the duelist class is actually in the strongest state it's been in for a while. I can think of 3-4 duelists that are always relevant on every single map, especially in the double duelist config. So most likely Jet, Waylay, Yoru is. I'm not surprised to see any of those. Maybe Waylay, Yoru if you want to dump the KO flash, but with the KO, I can't see a reason why not to pick Jet.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. As we get ready to jump into this game, I think we've done a lot of setup. Abyss it's gonna be a really interesting one in my mind, because we come into this new patch 12, and everything is different. There's we didn't even touch on the new gun in the game, the Bandit, as well, which is also going to make these pistol rounds and eco rounds maybe pack a bit more of a punch as well for these teams. And we know China as a region absolutely loves to throw anti-ecos. But as we jump into this, we see Delby on Duelist, which is so interesting because he's gone from being the IGL on All Gamers, and I imagine Viva's picking up that slack here on Trace. So he's unleashed to get onto that Waylay. You look at the other side, and yeah, it's a solo Waylay for Wolves. They bring along that KO, a double controller setup. And Trace Esports also going, neither team has a Sentinel here, but on Abyss, I think you can get away with that. I think if you do see a Sentinel, it's often Chamber quite a lot.
Yeah, this is Fnatic from Abyss last year at Champs, I think. The Breach picks come back into a lot of relevance. And it's going to be very exciting to see how these teams manage to work through that, what they've been cooking in the kitchen. They've had an entire off-season to workshop a lot of these ideas, and now we're going to see what these guys have been working behind the scenes as we're going to jump into maps soon.
Indeed, we are heading up the heights of Norway. Abyss is where we find ourselves for map number 1. Gonna be an exciting one as the year kicks off here in Guangzhou. Trace Esports, their map pick, they start us out here on the defensive side. Wolves on the attack. Let's see what they've got in store. Looks like a heavy B pop. Instant clash here though, and going either way, trading out. Working in Kishan falling there, but pressure subsides and Wolves now backing away from this one.
Yeah, it's not a fight that you wanted to go the way it did, but they managed to recover. They have Spike, they're in control of absolutely everything, and they're identifying that the stack is towards the B side. Can they beat the defenders over to this rotate here on A? Like you mentioned, no Sentinel util to speak of on either side, it seems, so don't have to worry too much about hitting trips or the like. However, you do have to worry about facing bodies, and it's going to be Viva potentially going to take next contact, potentially round-winning contacts as well.
Yeah, it's a death ball group up here from Wolves. safety in numbers, but jumping on in now, the light speed into the site, Spring getting forwards, but Viva playing ahead of this, Shock Dart in the way, but the spike goes down and just about able to escape. Delby though on the flank, trying to take these fights, and Kai as well, doubling up, getting themselves into that great position. And Spring still low on HP, contesting on the site by his lonesome Asufat BB here in main. Able to try and contest against it, finds a two, Spring, there's one, Fung Fung has to clutch, now just against the IGL, and there's the Dink rushing forwards, right click round the sides. Trace Esports get a clutch in their first round, but it's a pistol secured.
First round of VCT Kickoff as well. And it's on the back of an IGL versus initiator or double initiator fight there. And very, very good job actually to avoid that, the KO molly, to actually stay heavy and get that chip damage in, and made the retake quite effortless. Playing for that flood retake has been what we're going to see a lot of. It's what T1 does in APAC to cause a lot of disruption and conflict, especially towards those defensive retakes in the current meta read. So we're going to see a lot of those flood retakes with no sentinel here. And this is just the first round, a bit of a taster as to what we're potentially expecting for the rest of the game.
Yeah, indeed. Force buy up here from Wolves though. 5 stingers in hand. Looking to deal some damage here with this one. Around the side Spring. Oh, that is bold. The deception dive. Jumping back out of the way, and Kai locks things down, but Wolves training themselves out, finding themselves the advantage. This Outlaw at close range is difficult to deal with. Kai cut down, and Wolves looking certain to take this round number 2. And indeed they do. Tie us up immediately with a follow-up win.
A very intelligent force from the side of Wolves. Recognizing that the flood retake was going to happen, I think that was a big factor in the decision making. Realizing how close those gunfights were, and using that forced buy to actually cause a lot of havoc. That spray is crazy. Off the Whaler light speed. So yeah, very good, very intelligent job from Wolves to actually force into that rifle, into that buy there. A big thing is, especially on the current stick at the eco, winning that second round after losing pistol oftentimes is quite devastating for the team that loses the second round, because you're forced onto a save, and then the enemy team is forced onto what might be known as an extended bonus. So you have to gamble stack it. And are we going to see the first jump off the map for Abyss? Yeah, it's coming, it's imminent. EV is just honestly higher to just get into the next round as soon as possible, maximize the amount of money, and minimize the amount of orbs that are being traded over. So pretty standard. That is a very popular pattern on Abyss. Just to try and stabilize your money a bit.
They went for the gamble, gambled wrong. Might as well just avoids right there.
Yeah, it stabilizes things. It does seem a bit problematic, but it stabilizes your econ a lot. You can see it stabilized it a bit more, managing to buy those full shields without running the risk of giving over extra orbs, especially with a team that has so many impactful ultis like Wolves.
Yeah, indeed, no command, Cosmic Divide. 2 of the highlights there, but like you say, absolutely stocked to the brim with impactful ultimates. Yushan looking towards mid, but it's all a distraction. Kai's now going to be under some real pressure here inside the fragment, but it still just swings out, takes the fight, and wins it too. Still has to stick around though, and that's going to be where the problems lie. Joa takes him down, and as things settle, the spike plant comes in.
Yeah, they ideally wanted to play for that flood, but they couldn't quite get all the bodies over in time. And 4v4 here, Wolves currently still on that extended bonus, a lot of mixed weaponry here. Goa having one of the few Vandals currently on the map, and How are they going to manage this? How is Trace going to navigate a lot of this claustrophobic space? As Yosemite's going to find one. Going to Lua King and Fengfa finds another one there. 3v3.
Yeah, three versus three, as you say, but the weapon advantage is in the hands of Trace, and they're utilizing it effectively, but they're up the close range. Sufat BB going crazy, and Joa's behind them! The snake in the grass clutches up for Wolves.
Yeah, massive clutch. I think he found that first, I don't know who was on Spike that managed to do a whole kill plus an extra half amount of damage. Like actually a massive effort from the attacker that was playing on site to defend that Spike for a bit, and Joa just comes up and cleans up everything. Very, very good post spawn from Wolves that we're seeing. Now on the trot 2 rounds. How long can they extend this lead for?
That's the question. It's crazy to me. We've seen 4 rounds and already 2 clutches. One either way. And really, the only round that Trace have won was that clutch in the pistol from Feng Feng. So, looking to try and get something done here. Again, the previous looking for them, but not able to get across the line. And now, just a Sheriff buy again. Selby's been caught there, and Kai out in the open, not able to escape in time. So, Wolves again, just pressing their advantage and looking really quite dominant here on this first half of Abyss.
And it's a mid-contact into B. Yeah, you take that first kill, and Dalby's going to trade it out almost immediately. That's a rifle drop mid, but no way to contest it, as Wolves gearing up for a B hit. Not a lot of time to cancel and reassess, so they're just going to actually send it. Spring with a rare miss gets dropped by Feng Feng, and 2 kills for the side of Trace. The bullets are spramming, but none of them find purchase. Sufat Baby finds a kill, tries to stabilize a bit more to 3v2 in favor of Trace Esports. The first tap's going to come through. No plant. Trace very disciplined on the approach here. Yosemite's going to find the first one and gets dropped by Lua King. Yosemite in a 1v. Sufat Baby finds the first one, finds the second, 4 kills in the round. Looking for the ace, and he gets it! Absolutely gets it. 5 kills for Sufat Baby, and Wolves claim the title of the first ace of VCT CN 2026.
And that's another clutch in this game. A 1 versus 3 and an ace from Sufat BB. I mean, this is wild so far. And where it looked like Trace might have been able to get themselves the eco win, it's the captain from Wolves to steady the ship, to take them through those choppy waters. And, well, the tidal wave of Trace is avoided there. Now they've got guns. Kai with this operator. But Spring's already found his way into this A site. It's spotted by Luo King though. Information forced to drop away, and the Hunter's Fury coming in. Dimensional Drift though from Kai. Finds himself a kill, but it's just the one. Rolling Thunder to fight back into this. Trace Esports want this round. Sufat BB trying to fight back, but yet again, 3 versus 2 situation here for Trace. And now Sufat pressing forwards. Cosmic Divide in the way. He's going to send in the shock darts and the pull as well, trying to find something, find anything. But Delby fighting through. That's Trace their second.
Yeah, and this is a you mentioned a while ago about how these rounds are coming down to clutches, and I think despite Sufat BB's massive effort the previous round, these rounds are way too close in favor of the defenders, and it's only on moments of sheer brilliance that Wolves seem to be winning these rounds. So to see that kill means that that Trace does have their game plan. They are going for it, and they're just being sort of diced up. Because you have to remember, for Sufat to get that ace, he had to kill 4 people on site. So Trace definitely doing a decent job at holding, and just unfortunately not getting the value that he wants. Is Dalby getting active, getting very proactive. Finds the first kill onto Yosemite. That smokes down.
Yeah. Thankfully, we still have an Omen on side for Wolves. Not quite the end of the world, but will certainly make things a bit more difficult. The Cosmic Divide not able to be used as well. In fact, risky plant onto the bridge, but gets it down. But the fight into security, not quite going the way Trace would want, but oh dear, they've still got Q-Shun to deal with. Kai does that effectively. But 2 versus 2, what comes down to the wire and Springs inserted here. Gets the first kill, Viva fighting in! Gets cut down. A momentary blip, and Wolves keep the train going.
I think it's important to note and keep an eye out, especially if Delby's going to be getting this proactive in the early round. Those first bloods are going to be very, very important. That matchup of Spring versus Delby, seeing what duelist can get the most impact done in the least amount of utility and effort required is probably going to be the defining factor. Spring, Delby might have found first blood, but Spring's always good for 3 there. And Wolves edging away here, trying to balloon this lead a bit more.
Need a slower start for this one, but bit of a low bar.
Yeah, very quiet, very explosive, yeah. Spring, very standard retake, and I think we might get a 5v5 post launch here.
Now, Kai's able to escape before the kill comes in, so indeed. Still 5 left alive. Hunter's Fury, though, a bit of disruption here from Trace. Viva gets a tag onto Sufat. Now down to 23. It's going to be a tricky one to navigate, but even still, just the 1 rifle in this one for Trace. So despite the 5v5, the advantage you would think is with Wolves, but Spring gets a bit angsty, ahead of himself perhaps, and suddenly Trace find themselves in a bit of an advantage. They can pick up another weapon, they can fight their way forward, shock dart in towards Joa. Kai still fighting through this one. It's a bit of a disaster. Sufat to stave off the Flawless, which he does. But it's still a cataclysm for Wolves as Trace find the thrifty round.
I think what's important to notice, and I think keep an eye on it as well, is the interaction between where the duelists are playing. Because you're seeing a lot of, especially during that last post plant, you have Waylay sitting onto site, and then Trace's Waylay was playing in basically connector to B main. So there are it's a lot of pack fighting with the 4, and then the duelist is being very, very independent and allowed that freedom. So like I said, keep an eye on those duelists. You'll oftentimes see them being set up in positions for these massive hero plays as these rounds develop.
Heavy A main fight here, jumping through Delby. It's certainly quite a bold play, and like you say, the spam doesn't find its purchase, but the counter spam does. Jawa Stinger through the smoke, Fang Fang Do doing numbers! That's 3! And now just Yosemite left to stand against almost the full complement from Trace. It's not going to be able to do anything. Trace Esports now back within 1.
And we mentioned the big opening play. I think it was Spring or Sufat Baby who almost got mulched on that first spray, and Fang Fang is absolutely massive here. Absolutely massive to find all 3 of those kills and navigate that chaos quite perfectly. And that gap is closing. The gap was ballooning, and now it's within 1 in favor of Wolves still, but Wolves currently on the opposite side of momentum.
Yeah, indeed. Going to have to bring this one back as Trace taking heavy control of mid early on. Delby, the double light speed dash in. Viva also from this mid position in the side. That's the opening kill. Yosemite's having a bit of a rough one, and Kai, oh, this is certainly quite risky. The stun means he has to gate crash away. The spike's still not planted yet, though, as soon as I say that, the plant comes in.
a 4v4 here. Not a lot of ultis to play with. They are going to commit the Omen ulti here, trying to see if they can catch someone, as Kai's going to find Sufat Baby almost immediately as the retake is going to be underway.
Vicious of this position from Kushan in mid, but looking instead more towards the defender side spawns. He's able to waltz his way through. Might get caught in the back here by Viva. That's just on Joa. Has clutched up on this site before, but Delby is just sticking the defuse here with the coverage from the long range. We're tied up 5 rounds apiece.
And Trace finding a lot of value out of those flood retakes. You can see that even despite the Omen ulti, they're just ready to walk onto site. And Viva's going to find a massive kill there. I didn't actually notice that kill. As yeah, Trace is playing for that heavy flood retake. You can see how many times they're getting bodies onto site and then bodies onto Spike as well. So very, very good effort from Trace to actually rally this back a bit. And Wolves now on the other side of an eco buy as well. Eyes on Kai has the outlaw in hand, which effectively acts as an operator on these ecos. See if you can find anything here.
There is another eco. Wolves, despite their wins, it was always close, so they weren't able to build up enough of a buffer here to really get themselves anything. As Kai with a double tap through the smoke. That outlaw, like you say, is deadly at these low healths. Bring a 1v4. Has found the first and does have an empty site to deal with.
So many options, there's so many places that the side of Trace could be, and Spring can only choose one at any given moment. He's going to pick this one. Lurking going to peek into him, and yeah, pretty textbook from the side of Trace to close that one out. Is a double kill from Kai and mid with the outlaw opens up the round almost immensely. It seemed like they were trying to do some kind of mid to B split that didn't quite manifest because of two really well-placed outlaw shots and good money management there.
And just the plant positioning a little bit too exposed. Now for Trace, with the lead after finding 4 in a row, which really did not seem like it was going to be happening. You know, 3-1 down, 4-1 down in a tricky spot, but have managed to claw their way back.
Yeah, and the B main rotate from Wolves is because of the fruits of that previous labor, managing to actually invest into the op there is Kai. And Delby also has an op, so we have double op action. Is Delby going to look for the peak? Going to get suppressed and TP's out just in time. Swaps to the Vandal, and it looks like it's going to be another 5v5 retake. I guess with the double Sentinel, there's no real risk of a body dropping prematurely as Wolves committing for the plant, planting for long. Trace Esports raring for a retake, just waiting for their fifth member in Breach to add to the complement, and pretty standardized, but Spring has that ulti ready to go, once again isolated on site, so it's a pretty selfish one. And how's this going to play out with 5v5 Trace versus Wolves for the last round of the half?
Yeah, the congregation now making its way in. Spring fights against it, fighting forwards, looking for more. Isn't going to get that much more. A 3 versus 3. As Wolves still have these positions inside of main. And the Hunter's Fury from Sufat. There's the first. Can't really stay on this spike now. Kushan going for the swing, and it's just Kai. There's the first kill with the operator. But as the spike detonates, it was only looking for exits. An even half to start this game, and you know, that feels right. That feels like how it should be.
Yeah, not a blowout. It's both teams playing really, really well. So not a blowout by any means, and definitely some good shooting from both sides. We've had an ace as well. We've had a bunch of really good retakes, and as the half switches, similar style of architecture, no Sentinel on the other side, but this time the defenders have that KO in pocket to see if they can maybe shut down some of those hits and potentially get some more soft info as the rounds develop.
Yeah, indeed. The halftime break here, though. The mascots out in force for Wolves Esports, cheering on their side. Certainly will be happy having a pretty good day so far. 6-6. Not looking too bad. Obviously, they did choose to start on that attacking side. Whether they will continue to have what it takes when it comes to the defense is going to be a different question. But this is also Trace's map pick, and it feels like maybe they aren't quite as secure in things as maybe they should be. But again, when you've got like two clutches coming in back-to-back rounds to really just completely own your economy, maybe you can cut them a bit of slack.
Yeah, I think the focus for this round is 1000% going to be broken ecos, or something more on a macro level, because these teams on a mechanical and micro level are just so solid this game that the difference is going to be who can eke that lead ahead and potentially push this over the line in terms of money management and good rotations and good reads. But that's all speculative, when we get into serve, it's a completely different story, and it looks like the story is going to start on A. With Trace currently 6 and Wolves currently 6, as we have a tie game. This is the half that matters.
Yeah. Indeed, and every round counts from here on out. Yushan going for that crowded step to a little bit of doubt in the minds of Trace. They will have heard that utility be used and think that maybe there's someone up close. Instead, they're sitting back on the site. Waste a little bit of time. Adds a bit of fear into the mix as well. Now they come on in. Trace Esports not really looking to rest on their laurels here, but gonna get punished. Jawa trying to fight on with Kai. Not found. Jushan, though, fighting forwards, also cut down here. Up to Spring, and, well, he's not going to be able to do anything either. So Trace Esports, they've found themselves a secure site now. 4 versus 2. Make it a 4 versus 1 as Sifat wanders into the ire of Kai. It certainly would be something, but not going to be for Yosemite. So double pistol now for Trace, and the lead yet again.
Yeah, like you said, not resting on the roll is being very, very proactive, and I think it's very, very good effort from the side of Trace to actually manage to squeak that out there. And now we come to the big thing, because Trace is 2 for 2 on pistols, right? But they keep losing that round immediately afterwards. So, as Wolves doesn't seem to have any intention to even participate in this round, going immediately for defenestration with no windows, and they're not going to give it the ultis. Sort of speedrun into the next map and speedrun into the next round rather, as Trace doesn't manage to snowball their lead. And if anything, it's also important to note, Trace doesn't get additional money because the round ended that way. So now Trace is stuck with their motley crew of weapons, basically their extended bonus, which I don't think they forced that much. There's like a Spectre, there's a Spectre here, there's a Bulldog, there's one Marshal. They are going to buy into this round a bit more. Buying rather aggressively the last one, it seems, as they do have that sort of FPX buy. Into full complement here. So this is a big one. This is a big round. If Wolves loses this, it's 9-6. If Wolves wins this, it's within 1. So definitely a round to pay particular attention to. And we're going to go through mid here. Mid crunch. There's no visitors playing mid. Equal complement. They just have to pick the right side here, as we have Kai being inserted top mid. They'll be watching their library. See how this develops here. By potentially looking for first blood here. Sends a couple of shots. Shots go awry. And yeah, they're all looking for each other. They're all very, very cautious and trying to eke out where the opposition is. As the drone's going to go through. It doesn't clear anything. This is just a game of blind mice. You're walking around a maze. As contact on B main. Flashpoint goes through, and Sufat Baby potentially going to take action here. And if not, it's going to be the entire site hold of Wolves.
Yeah, Aftershock to force them out of their positions, at least slightly. Yosemite up close and personal. Takes down Delby. Spring getting involved as well. The push thoroughly stunted here. 2 players from Trace still stuck inside of main, and Kai is at least going to be able to get one. Still has to deal with Qshan on this spot, on this flank though, and Fung actually getting involved, getting the kills, and Fever as well. It's all up to this player inside of mid. Things falling apart now for Wolves, where they look like they're in such a good position. Suddenly, Qshan wondering what's gone wrong on the site. All of his teammates sent to the slaughterhouse. Just himself remaining. Spots Viva, but yeah, Viva's not going to give this one away. The save of the rifle comes on in. That's a bonus converted for Trace, up to 9.
Yeah, we spoke about the big round and the big money problems that you might have if you lose this one. And now the side of Wolves has 1 Vandal to their name. Can they force up any more? No, they all 3 members of the side of Wolves brought down to 0. So this is a guaranteed save whether we like it or not. Maybe a couple of sheriffs in addition, but you have 1 Vandal to try and make a big amount of difference here, and not a lot of rounds to play with. 3 opportunities to 3 mistakes to lose this game, and Trace looking to upset the underdogs currently in the lead here.
The timeout comes in now. I was surprised we didn't really see one in the first half, but Fade wanting to have a chat with the team, fix these problems. But, you know, for the side of Trace as well, they can't just sit back. You know, they're going to have to try and preempt what adaptations Wolves are making. You know, they can't just chill out here. They're going to have to enter a thinking space too. And that means that, you know, things could potentially get a little bit interesting here, especially as maybe not exactly as we come out the timeout, but the next round where we have that full buy. You know, we could see some crazy things, especially as the ultimates start to come online.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see how things shape up here. I think the big thing that you mentioned was those ultis. I think one side effect of the jumping off the map is it does stagger the ult economy a bit. So when we come back, when we actually see the scoreboard, we can actually see who's away from ultis. But the real question I'd ask you is, do you think the way that Wolves are playing the ultis will make that much of a difference?
I'm going to be honest, don't know. One of those things where we're going to have to wait and see, but we do see the Bandit coming through here from Dawa, Sifa and Qshan.
Yeah, what are your thoughts of the Bandit? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Are we hot or cold on it? Is Spring very, very cold on that fight as well? We'll come back to that tangent aside. The A-pop happens almost immediately. Trace instantly on that side. Delby opens it up entirely, finding that first blood, and Fengfei putting down, getting spiked down. 4v5 post-plant in favor of Trace.
Yeah, I mean, this one is always one they're expected to win. They're up against the anti-eco, but yeah, an opportunity to throw some danger into the mix. Spring fighting forwards with the Vandal in hand and gets the kill. There's the Bandit from Jawa. Turns the 1-on-3 into a 1-on-2. But it's going to be difficult. Still not able to pick up a rifle. Spike beeping faster and faster. Would echo the stress, his heartbeat quickening as the situation unfolds. Fung caught inside of main here, but in the end it's an exit and Trace find double digits.
Yeah, managed to, and we spoke about it, running out of opportunities to make mistakes, and that was obviously just a foregone conclusion because they didn't have the money for it. But Delby with the pathing is actually really, really solid there, and just gets on the wrong side of Spring, and I asked the question again: do we think ultis are going to make that much of a difference? The way that Trace are just running over sites, and for Wolves, you don't even have that as an option.
We're still
You're
far
so
away.
far away. Yeah, the only one you can potentially get now is Spring, but you have to contest for one of the orbs, and the side of Trace isn't going to give you any of them with how attacker-sided some of these orbs are. So yeah, the B pop happens, and Eyes on Yosemite standing on the side of
He's got the ult now. He
got the
finds
ult,
a
finds 2
double.
kills.
This is what we wanted to see from Wolves. It's punchy, it's aggressive. Now still does fall, but double the numbers for Wolves. Dushan, toying with Lure King a little bit here. And actually, Feng Feng also taking the spike towards A. Potentially acting on some information, but this fight is just, it's labored. Trying to find something, and now here comes Spring to dash in, forces Lure King away. Sets up the fight perfectly. And this certainly would be a clutch for the ages if Feng Feng's able to pull it off. Slowly clearing these angles. It does not seem likely. You can tell he's nervous about any of these positions. And in the end, just can't quite clear the first corner. Wow, that's certainly a way to do it for Wolves, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking about the ulti, and Schrodinger's Spring apparently goes off and finds 2 kills almost immediately. Then I think it is, like we mentioned in the halftime, it is just macro. It's just good macro because the micro will always get you to where you need to be. As Wolves clawing it back in, but they have 3 opportunities to tie it up and also 3 mistakes to lose the game. So they are a bit on the razor's edge with a bit of work to do. Kai didn't know how close he was to potential profit as Lure King. Potentially gonna find someone. Sees a shoulder and takes a clean off. It's 4v. Is it a 4v5 in favor of Trace? Tags are going to come through, and the rotations are going to move as well. It's very important to note these rotations and how confident these people have to be about the actual move. And Spring going to find one to Lure King.
Wow.
Yeah, being confident about those moves is a big thing. With lack of sentinels, you have to be completely committed to the idea or the information that you have and act off of it accordingly. You can see, because of the lack of sentinel, they see that 1 kill mid and they're all forced to look mid because you can't reasonably give up mid without the bodies. So a free side for Trace as the defenders get further and further away before Yosemite realizes the information and the picture is getting slightly clearer.
Mike's still in main here, but eventually Feng Feng makes his way towards the site, and Kai just ever present, ever aware of what might be happening here. But Yosemite, there's a double from him. Got down by Delby, but now it means Kai is going to have to try and exit the ult early. Dimensional Drift doing well. Spring jumping in and cut down. Goodness me, a bit of a bloodbath there at the end of the round, but yet again it's Trace Esports who come out on top.
Yeah, and I think the big thing there is, I think the lack of sentinel is what actually sold it, because you saw that gap that opened up was a gap that the entire team of Wolves opened up because of the lack of sentinel. They don't have enough recon utility to know to passively know what is going on around the map. And yeah, that second timeout, well earned for the side of Trace, and what desperately needed for the side of Wolves is you need to fix that hole. You need to fix that gap. But getting first blooded is okay, but when you get first blooded and you don't rotate around the map in a way that makes logical sense, or your logic is flawed, you end up in situations where you're just chasing the lead and you're running out of opportunities to make mistakes. And unfortunately, the coach is running out of interventions as well, as this is the last timeout that Wolves have at their disposal. So if I were a betting man, the easiest way to fix this is to be contesting one of those mains. using the Waylay's ability to be non-committal to takes, in addition with the KO's ability for just soft Boolean info. That's the play that I think Wolves needs to go for on their defense, and we're going to see if they make the adjustment as Trace 2 rounds away from taking us to map 2.
Indeed. Abyss is their map pick, to be fair, so it's only natural that they'll look more confident here. But they really are looking really quite nice, and quite a few of the rounds that Wolves won were on the back of clutches, and then the economic damage that those clutches provided. Jumping into B again, Delby, oh goodness me. It's aggressive and it sets Viva up for the kill.
That's crazy set piece. The way they double dash into the high-low swing is insane work there from Trace. Very well executed as the Rolling Thunder getting ready to rip.
It doesn't get easier for Wolves, does it? Not able to fight their way in just yet. Now the ultimate's ripped, there should be nothing really standing in their way apart from the guns of Trace, and that is going to be the deciding factor, flawlessly taken here by Trace to find map point. They are just 1 round away.
And yeah, like you said, it doesn't get easier. It gets harder and harder and harder for them, as they just can't get traction. They can't get anything off the ground. This is insane work, though. This is a great piece of macro. Having that hard scan with the dash to confirm the information and playing for the spam that way, that's a crazy shot, as well as the micro on Trace is exceptional today, and they're the better shooters. They have the better macro right now. They have everything in favor of them, as they're going to do a switch up, potentially predicting some kind of A main push. And they have made the adjustment. If you look at Spring, he has jumped on top of Danger, try and isolate or even jump across if any B noise were to present and contacted into Yosemite, as the A players are rotating off. All eyes on the Omen, and he finds one. He finds one on Sakai, drops the operator almost immediately. Actually manages to get out, and a rare first blood from the side of Wolves on this defensive half.
Yeah, they've been few and far between. Maybe a chance to continue the fight back, but need to go 5 in a row without dropping a single one. And even with that kill, the buy still isn't great here for Wolves.
But the numbers are slightly more favorable. Joa couldn't manage to get that gun, and the mid-split's going to happen. Oh, eyes on Sufat.
They'll be creeping forward. Sufat has been caught here, dashing in. Nearly taken out, but not quite, and lurking, somehow not flashed there. Gets away with his life. It's crumbling, falling apart here for Wolves on map number 1. As Trace Esports look to assert their dominance. Goodness me. Wolves kept it close, kept it exciting. But in the end, it's all coming up Trace. For map number 1, Abyss is theirs, and they take it handily.
Yeah, definitely a very competent showing, but I think this is also one of those things where just fundamentally the way they played the comp just let them down. They couldn't string together the wins they needed to on this first map of Asking, but game's not over. It is map 1. A big narrative was, can Trace survive to map 3, their pocket pick? And a way to survive is by winning one map, getting that off the ground, and a very competent look from the side of Trace on this kickoff inauguration of 2026 CN.
Yeah, indeed. It was a good showing, and again for Wolves, we talk a lot about the clutch factor. That's something that we saw all throughout last year as well, is that ability to win out these clutches, and we saw it plenty here today, as we'll see in the highlights here. Some crazy moments for sure. But in the end, that sort of hero play factor just isn't enough. Even despite this ace from Sufat in the 1v3.
Oh, he's absolutely giving it. No, definitely
Yeah.
a confidence game. Absolutely a confidence game, and I think Trace was just the more confident one this map. Nothing's more gratifying than telling the person to tell you to sit down to keep quiet. So Trace let the gameplay speak, and Wolves couldn't unfortunately match their cadence, but the match series isn't over. Clutch potential is on the board, and it's just a matter of cleaning up a bit of that macro side from Wolves, and this is eventually going to be a very contentious series.
Yeah, we saw throughout all of last year Sufat sort of growing as an IGL, and I think it proves that he's still got more of that journey to go. But, you know, maybe Abyss isn't quite the Wolves Esports bread and butter, as Haven is where we're going to be looking next. Is Wolves map yet? But we have the team comms, who'll be with you after this.
没事，回防。他应该让他警察，他以为我们对，来，2楼一个，讲警察，我要保2楼，我要保1楼。等我科研，5秒。2楼没上，你给我换，就等我科研，来，准备，烟，我加右手，2楼下清了。打点了，不知道，我们匪家，我们包上阵。我在叫温斗，我帮你打可以吗？来，温斗一个，滴。 中路，警家，2楼，我拆完，2楼走，拆完。来，有局吗？有，没事，有局。
Well, it couldn't really be anyone other than Kai. He had a truly astonishing map. 6 multi-kills in there as well. And yeah, just really making that operator sing. But even with the rifles, we're still a force to be reckoned with, Rigger.
Yeah, and I think a special note, especially with double duelist configurations, Spell Shire goes to Delby, was the support for a lot of Kai's success, but Kai definitely showing up big, making all the difference here. As yeah, the minute he got that operator going, it just became even more oppressive for a attack side that's already struggling. The minute the defense gets that operator, that pseudo sentinel, with 150 damage per shot, it becomes very untenable if you're the side of Wolves. So Kai definitely well-earned MVP on that one.
Yeah, indeed. We're looking at these highlights. Some incredible plays throughout the map. And yeah, it just shows the sort of fight that Wolves are going to have to give us for map number 2, which again is Haven. It's their map pick. They should be able to fight back here, potentially take us towards Bind as well. As we look at all the numbers, hit 21 and 13 for Kai, but you know, Spring doing some good work as well. Just unfortunately wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, but it's also like you said, we don't know what dictated the level of competence or even the difficulty of this game, but like I said, it's a macro diff. I think it was just a macro diff, and you don't have the Sentinel, so you had to have A-tier macro, and just couldn't quite get that. Just couldn't quite get that for the side of Wolves, rather. And Trace just had the better of him. No amount of performance there could have made much more of a difference when this game was as close mechanically as it could be.
Yeah, gunfights being won on both sides, and I think that sort of gunfight conversation is something to take forward into Haven as well, which, like we say, is going to be an interesting map. I think maybe should be a bit more chill than Abyss, you could say.
We hope, yeah.
So yeah, all of that to look forward to, but that is going to be after this break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it is that map number 2, Wolves fighting to stay alive here in the upper bracket. Well, welcome back, everyone. Don't readjust your screens. This is Rigger doesn't suddenly look very different. Zobi is back with us. How's it going, Zobi?
No, much like I feel like most of the people on this side of the globe, I have just woken up to what is going to be a banger of a matchup here between Trace Esports and Wolves. Obviously, we just got done with map 1, which, if you guys missed it, was a 13-7 towards Trace Esports. And honestly, I think this was one that I had a really hard time in my pick'ems, just figuring out which way I wanted to lean, because I feel like both of these teams have high expectations, built some really strong rosters, and I needed to start by like internalizing map 1. Charlie, give me the TLDR. If I missed map 1 and I'm just waking up to map 2 here on Haven that we're about to jump into, what worked, what didn't work, what do we need to see?
Well, at the map 1 at the very start was, I'll just say it was chaos. It was just complete chaos. I think in the first 5 rounds we had like 3 clutches. It was wild, but as we start to settle into the game a bit more, Wolves just struggled. That's kind of really the only way I can say it. When they weren't clutching and things like that. It was just a little bit disjointed. I mean, obviously, it's a fairly new roster. They didn't even have this roster through the off season. Satoshi came in and is now gone again. So
Yeah.
things are taking some time to fall into place. Things just a little bit disjointed. Macro just wasn't really quite there. They were getting predicted by Trace quite a lot. And when it came to which side's Wolves on defense, just didn't really have a chance. Trace were just so aggressive, so punchy with their pushes that it just kind of didn't materialize for Wolves there on Abyss.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to something Ryger, when he was briefing me on how the map went, I think it was attributed to the composition, especially when you don't have that Sentinel, when you have a player like Yosemite who's usually like a standout player, right? You look at the teams that they've been on, Billy Gaming, FPX, they were that kind of star player. Teams that they've been on, Billy Gaming, FPX, they were that kind of star player in their own role, and then they were struggling, right? I don't know if they Pyre or Pie Watch, but that's what I heard, the alarm bells ringing, and I think we can expect a lot more from them coming into Haven. And speaking of Haven, right, they're going to be starting out on the attack here for Wolves. So are you expecting any changes here, I guess, like composition-wise or like mentality-wise, in terms of like that success that they were able to find on the attack half over on Abyss, since it was that 6-6 half, Charlotte?
I mean, if you're a Wolves fan, you can hope. You can hope and dream. You can hope and dream. I was saying as well, when you have the IGL matchup between Viva and Sufat, it does feel like Viva is kind of winning that out. And it's just a wealth of experience. So I'm going to say that, bring this point up again, Delby and Viva coming into Trace are two of the best pickups they could have had. Incredibly experienced, Delby leading the All Gamers team that did incredible things last stage, and Viva as well on XLG, and we know how good they were as well. So it just worked for Trace, and this team is looking really, really clean. But on Haven, I mean, who knows? I feel like this map as well, you can't even really pinpoint it to being attacker or defender sided either. It just is Haven, and Wolves picked it, so they should have a better idea of how to deal with the challenges that this map brings.
Absolutely, and you mentioned again making those changes up during the off season, and it also resulted with some role swaps as well that we got to see kind of a sneak peek at there over on Abyss, right? I feel like Spring again was one of those sleeper like MVPs for this squad on the support role, you know, your Sage, your Smokes, like your Omen. So switching to the Duelist makes sense, and they still were, you know, one of the only positive players on that map one, on that Waylay. So excited to see them here on Haven. Again, like you mentioned, their territory, their pick, as we started to jump into the map. And on the flip side, I completely agree with you. Delby also was that logical choice to switch from a support role into a Duelist when you need that for a double Duelist meta like we're currently in. But get ready to jump into the round. You mentioned how things were going to start off here, and it looks like we may just get a clash outside to be pretty fast. Paranoia prepped, Neon prepped. It will come out on top.
Yeah, there's Neon's really adding some pace into this game, but Paranoia through, Spring already caught, and Kai in trouble here. Caught in no man's land, but Delby through the smoke there towards window. Trace Esports setting themselves in this first round, and again, find themselves in a 5v3.
Nothing done incorrectly per se, just unfortunate the mid-fights don't go your way, right? Spring charges up, gets shut down, and now you're trying to pick up the remaining pieces. Silver lining here is Trace did disseminate players back towards this A site, so it's all on looking to re-anchor this B site as they're about to pop through the dark cover.
Yeah, 3 players here. It's all 3 from Wolves. Looking though.
Ooh, that timing!
About dips away. Been able to survive for now, and they're going towards A here, it looks like.
Oh, I'm so concerned. Yeah, I mean, are you going to expect 3 players tucked away long? And Trace right now, they're like, what's going on? They have to be a B, right? Because we have all of A main space. We have a Killjoy turret pretty deep on C. And so now they're going to be like, okay, maybe they've gotten through B, maybe they're in our spawn, maybe they're A. And with 20 seconds left and counting, that decision's gonna have to be made pretty quick by Wolves here, and looks like Delby might be the one at the helm trying to find that backstab.
Now looking towards short, and it's still such a bizarre post plant here, but Autumn jumping down, feeding that space, and now we sort of just turn into a regular post plant here, and Yosemite's behind them. Dagger in the back. Brings one back for Wolves. Still advantage Trace Esports as they fight their way in, but Yosemite continuing to find the kill. Sufat on the site, but it's Fung Fung for 3. Trace Esports also get 3. Every pistol so far going their way.
Wow. And I already was hyping up Yosemite saying we wanted to see more from him, and he was so close to wrapping that pistol up with a bow. The first one, like you mentioned, of the day and of the season it would have been for Wolves, but again, you mentioned how you felt like they were out calling. I think the decision to just walk deep A main with a trio after you won all those mid fights was so strong and gave Trace so much information, so much control to pivot off of that. You couldn't accept Yosemite to do all the work that round, and it is unfortunate that the Heaven fights didn't go the way. Like you mentioned, that Funk was able to find that much impact on the retake, and ooh, Wolves, they're feeling confident. They want to get out of this hole early on. Stinger Force running it down towards mid.
Exactly what they did on round 2 of map 1 as well, and they did take it. They found themselves the follow-up, tied us up at 1-1. And well, are we gonna see the same fate befall Trace Esports, losing to this Stinger buy? King has fallen on B, and that presses the accelerator here for Wolves. They're going in, but I mean, you've got a Neon on the other side. Kai wants this fight and wants to try and take it, just a 1-for-1, and Wolves continuing to fight back.
Oh no! And Trace Esports are dropping like flies. Little 1v1 action gives Delby a moment of respite. Dark Cover as well to scale up with the Judge, but the Crossfire hell, this should be done and dusted. Wolves have done it again. The Stinger Force converts, Wolves tie us up and should right the ship, or at least the course thereof, for this attack half start. But yeah, I liked the positioning, I liked the goal here from King, and you don't expect to get longer range Stingered when you have a Bulldog up on the top of B-Side. You're the one catching the surprise when you got the timing on the Killjoy turret. It was just this kind of felt like miscommunicated reflood that was solo from Kai that didn't have much support, and so everyone just kind of peeled off and did their own thing, and Wolves was able to punish it. So buys online, Viva the only one with at least a semblance of hope with this Marshall, and shot goes awry. Now you know where the one weapon on Trace Esports side is.
Yeah, and the Marshall from Yosemite to try and fight into this. It's going to be won by Viva. I was a bit ill-advised there from Yosemite to go forwards into that one, but still do have an Omen, so controller utility not all gone, but the wall is such a big bit util that now they don't have. They're just all four contacting up through A main.
Viva dart back online, over towards main. Destroyed, so you don't have to lurk or if it's a commit, but this drone should start cleaning them in, and regardless, it's Nico, so you gamble towards it. All players for Trace going to be here to receive this hit.
Paranoia coming through from King to try and deny things further. Kai up close, but still Trace fall. Oh, some headshots there. Fung Fung gets a dink, but around the side is Joa to find the kills, and Wolves Esports now have the lead here.
Even though they were running to the stack, very nice systematic dissection of the site around that site, smoke there, so that's where we're seeing maybe the fluidity of a team that has had those reps in. Minus a few of those changes. Even after that first kill doesn't go their way. Very, very nicely done. Oh, and although this is where it starts to matter, kind of a pseudo bonus here for Wolves after converting the second. A full buy here for Trace Esports, and the first outright C long attempt we're going to see from Wolves on this map.
Just a bit of momentary pressure. Pulling away from things now. Now looking towards this mid area. to maybe work a bit of grass control from window as well. Some shots coming in.
They heard the swarm grenade get deployed, I'm sure. Chucked there and try to relinquish the pressure. Just spotted Delby as well on Garage here. And with no pressure, I feel like that was kind of recalled them maybe to regroup here. Because they're waiting maybe to punish a player like Feng Feng. Ooh. This is a bold choice. Committing through the orb?
He's in the Nano Swarm. He's just going to get killed by the Nano Swarm set, but they take each other down from the utility. One of the strangest trades I've seen in a while, but Wolves steadying themselves here. Jawa a double, Sufat BB with the Hunter's Fury as well. He leaves it on the captain, the IGL. Fever to try and find this one. Guardian in his hands.
Perhaps
It's
coming
good
to
for
look
the first.
behind
But
you.
right behind him, Yosemite takes him down. Wolves Esports keep themselves in front.
Yeah, and I mean, you were here for map 1, Charlotte, so I'll circle back to you for this and how it became a 6-6 half, because both teams had these streaks of 4 rounds, and is it similar to what we're seeing here, where like the retakes just feel a little bit disconnected? Kai, right? You mentioned the multi-kills, the impact they had on the defense, right? But here, they're the first one in. There's no util behind the neon that you would like to see from a composition like this. Was this a problem that we saw on Abyss as well?
Bad memories resurfacing a little bit. Cycle continues. The snake eats its tail. The Ouroboros continues round and round.
Ooh. Finally a team play. 3 clearing out grass, but again, Wolves.
Just not quite going the way of Trace so far. Obviously a low buy, but even still. Thrifties are possible 2v1. Viva getting pressured here, and oh goodness me, getting gunned down in the streets by Spring, sprinting forwards. This new primary duelist role is really allowing him to just find these timings more often than not. Feng might be able to get an upgrade here, but now he's the only one left. I think they know where he is.
Fortunately, Killjoy did not fall in the engagement. They planned it accordingly. Safe in the backside. Little high-low action set up. Very difficult 1v3 attempt here for Feng Feng in the works.
A spot job on the side of Heaven, though. Now things get a bit more difficult. Autumn looking like he might want to try and swing here, just trying to play off of the contacts of Sufat. Feng Feng's got these angles to clear. A lockdown would sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons here, but instead just facing through. And Sufat has the number.
Yeah, close eco, but no dice there once again here. The side of Trace Esports here, and it was, again, difficult when a mid-fight like that doesn't go your way. And again, we're seeing that reactivity of Wolves really favor them here, both in handling that pressure mounting out of Garage and the immediate pivot and fight there onto the A site. Trace, they lose this round, which is a hefty investment, right? With the Odin and the Operator combo coming online with ults in the mix, that's when you're going to have to contemplate that first time out of the map, but cross that bridge when we get there, especially when we have to see these players cross C-Long and cross into the Operator here that they might not know is on the other side until we get this drone out of Sweet Fat BB.
There we go, I spotted him, but well, Kai has spotted Spring. Teleport into the backside. Joa, that's aggressive as anything. 4 versus 4. As Trace Esports trying to fight their way back in. The aggression only working out for Wolves right now. Lockdown to try and force Wolves away from this. Counter ult from Autumn. Oh goodness me, what is that? Feng Feng now in trouble as he clears the lockdown, but Yosemite up close and personal with him. As round 6 also going the way of Wolves, that 5-1 lead, they should surely pull the timeout here, Trace.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once again, Kai gets the opening kill, very nicely done. Unfortunately, just isn't able to get out because of that snake bite, because of a really nice from the shadows of the backside here. And it felt like every move this round was calculated, right? You have Viva down long, has Dark, can get a spray, can get the Hunter's Fury with 1 kill off, and you have as well your Killjoy just make this decision, this heroic sacrifice to find 2, basically securing the round, the cost of their life, getting detained. And I'm kind of circling back to small mistakes on the Trace side where I'm not seeing every player be on the same page for a collective retake, right? We had 3 players tucked in CT ready to retake off of that lockdown in the space of a game, yes, but then we had, what was it, Low King ulting down C long? I don't know if it was a mistake to stick or they were, again, wary of, an Odin down long, a Sova post plan, but again, he got picked off, and then that's your smokes gone, which is important, again, when players are playing this off-site C spam simulator, and that's where things got difficult. So, again, I think I'll be reaffirming the basics in this timeout, being like, hey guys, it's okay to give it the space if Kai is gonna fall after finding 1 or is able to get 1, get out. Aside from that, again, just making sure that they have a strat. Aside from that, though, I mean, it's an eco, so throw that out the window for the time being. Gamble stack towards C. I feel like Viva's been doing a good job towards the A site, finding 1, finding info, staying alive, getting back so that, again, you can use that Neon to rotate back pretty fast to hold the A site, but by Wolves, back to the default, waiting for, again, what has been mid-aggression trademarked for Trace Esports on these ecos.
Early information, clearing close, but toxic screen in the way makes things a bit more difficult. They'll be backside under pressure. Spring running in, feeling that bloodlust and just going in for the kill. Viva in trouble. The flood coming in from Trace though. Spring's taken down by Fung Fung backside. Viva's up close with the Bucky. Hold on a minute, this one could be dangerous. Nano Swarm from Autumn to delay and deny a little bit for now. Some upgrades in the hands of Trace though. They've now got a few rifles. They're looking shut down, spam through the smoke, but Kai flanking Yosemite from a main. He's still got Viva to contend with. Snakebite will dissipate and Trace will find their 2nd round of the map.
I mean, I said it, Viva's been dependable. I didn't expect it to be with the Bucky, and I also feel like that's an interesting decision on Nico as well to go towards that B side. I think they were like, okay, guys, we have pretty good off-site post-plant resources. Just again, that was what I said I wanted to see, kind of, was the team being on the same page and going together on some of these refloods. It helps that they weren't able to fully clear out the site, right? So you had that consistent pressure from Fung Fung back over towards Gong, and that was that coordination I wanted to see in terms of addressing and re-clearing the site after you'd lost control over it. So great way to bounce back, especially after timeout. It fixes the money as well, so Operator on the A line once again.
In the Marshal a few times from Viva over here, but he's bringing the Odin over on the western side of the map.
They're clearing down C long. Like they want more information so they can then prepare for maybe with more time, more awareness for that retake. I do really like. Drone. Doesn't quite get the Neon deposit. Yeah. I think they feel like it's a fake because there was no follow-up, right? And they would be correct so, right? The Omen deposit down short for Wolves. I was going to say, this double scale has been spotted out by Kai. The Wolves might have overcooked this round just a touch.
Yeah, just a little bit. And Kai's still on this line a bit further back. See what happens here. All that sprints up into the high gear from Spring, but Kai with this overdrive to try and deny that space. The sensor laser are flying through. That's a ridiculous shot. The rest of Trace chipping in with their own successes. Too fat left 1v4. The wrap coming in from Luo King behind him. This one seems quite a difficult one to try and find.
Might be contemplating a save here. Yeah, you got funds at least for the next round, next bye, despite the loss. But yeah, there's the backstab we mentioned from Luo King to wrap this round up and possibly the comeback this half with a bow. Ooh, yeah. I mean, that was just a very, very different look on the first buy after the timeout here. I mean, we've completely flipped the map, right? You have the Killjoy this time A, providing that support, that comfort, that delay for the operator after it gets out. Because again, a Neon can't TP away to safety, right? So it takes a little bit more time. That buys enough time as well for Delby to get over there. So again, they had delay upon delay upon delay, and that safety net of the overdrive as well. Makes me concerned that they've switched back to the early defensive setup, but if it starts working out now, that they've kind of tempered expectations on the Wolves side.
Yeah, I do like that Tracer are switching things up constantly. It does keep Sufat on his toes, especially as we saw maybe he struggled a little bit in terms of the macro calling on map number 1. Really trying to sort of get into the heads of these Wolves players.
Again, it feels like we've used of a kit without identifying where the operator is, and that makes Zhao and Yosemite's positions outside of C-Long quite dangerous, and feels like they're waiting for a late pop, but again, they've not drawn rotations, nobody's shifted. And, I mean, while Spree's gotten through the B-side, that's all you're gonna find.
Yeah, as soon as he falls, Feng on the double. Make things difficult. Dark Cover's in the way, so potential for a spike plant here, but Autumn fighting in, finds the double! That's a ridiculous play. Yosemite's got the Viper's Pit. Try and fight back in. Shorty, in your face. Viva, Odin spray. Now drops the pit. 1 versus 2 now to try and find through the box. Autumn falling. It's just on Jawa for this attacking Wolves side. As Yao Drone pushes its way through. He's been spotted towards main.
1 shock dart left as well. Shocked geometry betrays Viva. The one way, the op way. And there it is. The M4 clutches out. What is an important swing round there for Wolves, right? Lose that, you're broke. It's likely a tie game, 5-5, and now you've locked in at least 6 here. And I mean, can't remember, or sorry, we can't forget, I should say, who gave them this opportunity, right? A bold challenge into the snake bite from Autumn. Another one of the new additions, and together they complete the round. Hype man shouting, and the Faded just glad that they won that round because they knew it would have been a dangerous one to lose on an attack-sided 3-map Haven.
Yeah, still a costly one though. Dangerlo hooking spotted out by the Recon. Forced away. As it looked like we were maybe going to see a fairly heavy bunch up there in A main. The fight feeling explosive, and Kai jumping on into this, finds the second. Not quite the third, was looking for it. Just about with the movement to try and get away and spring. At least good for one. Yosemite though has to clutch, and after that absolute firework performance from Kai over towards Sewer, he decides he wants no parts of it. Instead, looking over towards C, but this is into the Killjoy setup. It won't get easier from here.
Yeah, and I expect, right? I mean, Kai is low HP. Feng should not take this fight any degree. Just communicate to the team. Wait for the timing here. Ready for the rotate, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Not rushing into this, though, Trace. Still saying themselves, Feng could get caught, but nope. In the end, cool hands. Keeps things nice and clean. Trace continue to find their footing.
1 round remaining. So 2 rounds remaining. I can do math, guys. It's early. And I was thinking about the possibilities of a timeout here, even though it's at the end of the half, because again, they haven't found a fix, much like they did in Oberon Abyss, to this Kai operator. And it's more like a luxury that they haven't had to worry about it until this late into the half because of that string of rounds, right? That they were able to group up and together, keep the money out of Trace Esports' hands early on. So, again, maybe it's you just pacify, you say, again, write it off as a lost cause there. See what you can do. See if you can have another heroic play like we saw from Zhao and Autumn rounds prior. Once again, it's this starting default around mid, just trying to get this information. In an op towards long. This time seaside. And no one's going too long. I do like this adaptation, right? They've been burned by Kai in this op too many times right now.
Yeah, he's certainly been good with the weapon. Creeping up towards B. It's gonna be, a rough one here from Wolves. This lurking. Just a blind spray through the smoke, 2 headshots. Don't worry about it.
Not giving up on this B site though. Oh, the
More
timing.
from Luo King. Don't know if he's aware about Joa's position. Indeed isn't. Was hoping we might get another ace in this match, but not to be for now. Instead, up close and personal, it's just 3 smokes again. Only 1 player was killed when they could actually be seen in that round from Trace. All the others, just 3 smokes.
Before we break down what we saw, I need to first ask, is it gamer tech to have your jacket on one arm and not the other? There from that player cam of Jawa. Do you see that?
Oh, honestly, that's a new one.
I'll have to ask you about that one. I mean, he's 10-9 right now, so he's top fragging for Wolves. It might be tech, but let's see if it's enough to get them all across this hurdle. Thinking you've got the near complete suite of ultimates to get the job done here. Look at this. We're finally seeing a Tracy for A-side scale early into the round. Successfully away from it as well, and we talked about how Feng Feng would respect sometimes his killjoy until getting triggered. Playing into the retake here, so I'm curious to see what the levels of commitment look like when Spring is poking and prodding here towards CT. When the lockdown has already been exhausted, where do you go?
Where do you go? Trace can't fight into that one. Their lockdown taken away by the Hunter's Fury from Sufat. You said there were quite a lot of ultimates for Wolves to use. Well, they've used them to get access to the site. Spring still with the overdrive if he wants to. Kai trying to fight back into this one with an operator. Certainly going to be difficult, but Viva with his Odin is doing work. Spring, here's that ultimate, and just doing so much work with it. Luo King, we've seen some heroics from him before. Gonna have to do it again. Smoke over towards Joa, but he's teleporting in towards him. Tried to go for the cheeky play, but punished for it. In the aftermath of that round, it's Trace Esports in the deficit with Wolves 7-5.
Yeah. Switch-ups come a little bit late there in the half in terms of playing around that operator, but once they do so successfully, and as well, despite the Odin, despite the flank pressure, Spring being able to reopen that round when they were getting pinched, getting pressured there, very, very nicely done heading into halftime.
Indeed, 5-7, and this one, I mean, map 1 was a 6-6 half, and then the second half was a complete domination from Trace. There's always an opportunity for one of these teams to do that again. This is a bit of an interesting.
I don't know the meme. Apparently, I'm not cultured enough.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one for people to try and do as well. I definitely have. Oh, we're switching it up
Hey,
now.
I love the mosh beanie.
That is.
But all right, let's bring this back to the game. As you can see, many of the Wolves fans are probably celebrating the game being up 7-5 at the half, but you gotta remember that Trace have not lost a pistol, right? This series.
Yeah.
So
this year, I suppose.
This year, yeah, exactly. And so we should say this VCT year. They might have lost one in off season, but that was in December. Yeah, you're right. New year, new Trace. But again, that's the difficulty here with the 7-5. You win the pistol, you're bouncing back immediately, unless you're the victim of another Singer force of Wolves. But I think that's more of an attack-sided strat in go-to than a defensive one, because you can, again, just stack all that firepower in one location like we saw them do on the B site time and time again. But We're counting our chickens before the eggs have hatched. We'll have to see if they can get this pistol round first here. Starting out seaside here. Spring. Autumn trying to punish off turret contact early. I like this little double setup. Oh.
Gonna spot on two players over here. And Jawa not punished up on the box. That's a bit of a cheeky angle to take, but plays it well. Trace at the deficit early here.
Really nice denial of this B pop as well. Snake by Paranoia. Trying to force them back into Autumn, who's already been impressive this map. See, they've declined the invitation. They're regrouping, heading towards A. Less daunting of a task now that you know that Joe no longer has that Paranoia, but Spring has been at every site here to receive this team with open arms, right from the dart and that dual play with Autumn to that re-clear of B main to now. This is a really, really nice mid-round call from Fat Baby to have these three players ready on the A site.
Yeah, indeed. The shot's a little bit wild, but still finding their mark. Delby has one, and Kai left alive. Wolves might be in a bit of a cold sweat knowing it's him that's on the other side of things, but able to stem that bleeding, really, in terms of the pistols. They get themselves the first one of the series and extend their lead, more crucially.
Again, it really did come off of that call to stack towards A. It's like, Autumn's like, I don't see anything. You obviously denied that B space pretty starkly, and that was the foregone conclusion. No force up here out of Trace. Need to widen the gap that already exists here of 3 rounds in favor of Wolves. Viva, prizing the Marshal here. Gonna maybe punish one of these A long players or punish someone that might be peeking out short. We look back to Jowl and how he shut down the smokes player, right, in Low King really early on, and that was made the A pop that much more difficult in the late round. See if we see a similar early kill here. It would be Spring versus Fung Fung in Garage, and what a shot against the judge, Charlotte.
Wow. What a kill from Fung Fung, down to 32, but I don't think we'll care all that much. Take the duelist out of the round, who has been dangerous in this series. Don't let the 11 and 13 scoreline fool you, and Sufat Baby also caught here by Delby. He's fighting in for another. These teams are incapable of winning their follow-ups, it seems like. Although Trace did go on a run of 4 in a row at the start of the second half of Abyss, but aside from that, we've seen these tricky situations. Fung Fung again, reading Autumn's position perfectly. And now Yosemite's left chasing Ghosts over towards B. Trace Esports will reduce this deficit to 2 yet again.
Quite poetic for Wolves after winning the pistol to get egoed here like they've done to Trace now a few times this series. But the fashion in which they did it, right? No Stinger Force, no Flare, it was just the Sheriffs. Really nice aim. I'll be happy to be back on the poor lurk roll. I was worried that when they double back A long, that they were going to get a time and get that wrap. There wouldn't be a fast enough response time from the Neon or enough firepower to punish those players with the Bulldogs, but that is a round to be proud of for sure. We'll keep things close here heading into the next. I'm guessing you bonus the guns you collected? Maybe get a Vandal or 2, Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a possibility.
There it is, yep.
Yeah, a couple rifles in there. And for Trace as well, a bit of karma, perhaps, going their way for, again, what we saw in the previous half and the previous map as well. Wolves, now that they are on these classics, just fighting on forward. There's a bandit and a sheriff in there as well, but a very quick A lobby take. They've got control of this eastern side, and well, they know that Trace aren't there.
Yeah, I like this call as well from Trace, though. Delby's like, hey, this is a weird smoke, really deep in A main. They obviously have that space. We either need to refight it or go the other way, and they've chosen the former. Getting ready probably to launch a relay bolt, a dash, or something to combat this space, but it's Wolves that'll give it up voluntarily because no contact, no noise, nothing's been made.
Here comes the Al drone. Yeah, Wolves just completely away from this one. They've not heard, they didn't even hear the drone, I don't think. Instead, choosing to really fall back on this one. Spring looking towards B as well. There's just a real dearth of information here for Wolves Esports.
Seconds left. They're gonna enter commitment territory. There's no time to go the other way, and with this Viper's wall, it's the best chase the Wolves can hope for, but they've got to get the job done, and the classics are so far, Charlotte.
But
they're going the other way.
Rotating away from this. I don't know if that... I think they do have time to end B here, but Autumn could prove spoiler. The Bandit works out properly, but now looking towards Garage, hoping to wrap in on this as the rest of Wolves come fighting on in and finding the kills. Completely shut down Trace.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And Joe carries that picked up Phantom into the round conversion. Spring, a worthy sacrifice there. Again, throwing off the crosshair. You're like, dude, you picked the Neon, the easy kill. You picked the other players reflooding in behind. And the dichotomy between, again, what we saw were struggles and coordination on the retakes out of Trace in the first half to that from Wolves in the second. Bro smug after a move like that. It's like, hey, we can eco too. And that'll put them up to 9. But all in all, whew. Yeah, I like the decision to contact up A. It's just, I don't know. It was Toxic Screen that just softened the blows there, gave that classic the extra edge, and
pull the timeout.
Yeah, I would be too after losing around in that fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolves the victims of karma, but then decide to wield the blade of justice in their own favor. Now 3 rounds ahead again. It's been a topsy-turvy half. That one's for sure. And Trace, this is now the second timeout, and really, this is their last opportunity to avoid getting hung out to dry, really, in this map. Too far adrift with nowhere to go. It's going to be crucial that they can prevent double digits from Wolves for as long as possible, really.
Well, we saw the adaptations directly out of the timeout previously. If you look back at that eco round, that launched them back into at least a close, respectable half with that 7-5 or that 5-7. About Trace's results and trying to think of what the adaptation looks like here because it's so early into the half, right? And that just strikes me as, okay, like what have we seen from Trace that the coach might not have liked this early on, and maybe they don't like that Fnatic-y style, really late round commitments with no plan B. So that's why we're seeing, I think it's more directive C split set up from the get-go and see what the follow-through looks like with kind of a half-buy situation.
Yosemite feeling the pressure early there. Snake bite already out, but Jawa... Oh, that's a nasty angle to try and find. And Spring's running on in. Fun shouldn't be good for one there, but still finds it. Yosemite, though, on plat, tucked close to the wall. Gets the double. Up to Viva, the captain. Made the 1-on-3 a 1-on-2, and he does have the spike.
Good to know that corner still works in the pro play and not just my plat diamond lobbies. Goes uncleared and yeah, kind of capsizes this round in that C-split attempt after we did say Feng Feng kind of shut down that garage control for quite a while on that solo endeavor.
Also expecting the A play here, or at least some kind of rotation over to the other side of the map.
He's broken their ankles. He's going to get a free plant. He's going to have the dart back up. That's where Wolves playing this hand-in-hand, re-clear of every angle on the map should come in handy and should prevent Viva from getting too far ahead.
Yeah. Not able to win that fight against Autumn in Garage. Yeah, I thought if he was good for that, then I was starting to get worried.
Absolutely.
To be quite honest with you, reposition, potentially finding an upgrade on the site, and suddenly things can go the other way, but not to beat how on earth Feng Feng gets a second kill there, I really don't know, but It's just lack of clearance, a lack of diligence, I suppose, in that one as well, from Wolves. Not from Wolves, from Trace, sorry. They end up punished.
Yeah, double digits now for Wolves. And that was a half buys for the players that could buy next. And where again, this is like the kind of do or die round, or you're coming into 11 on an eco, like giving Wolves map point on, albeit their pick, and you do have that safety net of winning Abyss under your belt before bind, but going into this round, taking a little page out of what we saw from Wolves' first half here, the slower mid start here. That's where I feel like the toxic screen has been like a little bit daunting as well from Wolves' side, right? Having to use that actually till they get through, but they're forcing their way to the B side. Spring, only one really here.
Yeah, he's still good for it. Delby fighting back. That's a double from him. But Yosemite now on the scene, on the case. He's investigated thoroughly. Found Trace Esports guilty of dying in Valorant, apparently, is his verdict. Back in the B site, not worked out. Fung Fung, 6 HP. 3 players up against him. Oh, they've spotted him now. Triple from Yosemite, and Wolves continue to extend that lead. It feels like Trace are stuck in limbo a little bit. Not really able to get anything going here on this half.
I really want to take a look back at that round to see again how fast these switch-ups and positioning came through after Spring already did a really good job anchoring this. And I mean, just the flexibility as well. That was a nice entry, but the fragmentation off the snake bite, the reclear from Yosemite is immediate. And then after that, right, in a 1v3, not taking risks, you then set up a high-low with Zhao on that shrouded step. Like, Wolves getting a lot cleaner here. Looking like they weren't really tested to have to make an adaptation. It's all been tracing and then trying to answer back. And you can see that down to the idea to scale up here and fight this A main space out of Wolves. They want that map point and understand it's Nico. We have the weapons. We have the initiative.
Delby, though, those are some brilliant shots. Guardian in hand. I mean, it seems like he's always good for a double in these last few rounds.
After all that work, you've gotten it back to a 3-on-3. Over a minute left on the clock. They're waiting to see if anybody overpeaks for that extra ounce of information before redistributing across the map, and the call's been made. Yosemite peeling back. I think they like this setup right now, because look how deep your Killjoy is, and then you have Alarm Bot Garage, you have a turret on B, so every part of the map right now is handled. Most fragile part here is definitely C-Long if Autumn cannot hold on, but if Fung Fung's the one making contact first, half HP should be an easy at least one and done. If they even clear it.
Oh, they do clear it. He takes that fight with the Guardian too, just one chance at the shot, but expertly taken by Delby. Here's one for an ace here, potentially.
Ooh,
but Yosemite fighting on in, like you say, takes a really nice timing there. 2 versus 2. Fung Fung low on health. Information being gathered by both sides. The Aldrone from Viva, the most recent utility to be sent in. Tap on the spike, spams coming through. Nano Swarm to try and deny that space, deny that time. But Fung Fung not deterred. Still continuing to stand against it. Shock Dart doesn't land. And of all the rounds to win, it's the Thrifty from Trace Esports.
Yeah, very, very nicely played there. I think the answer back A main was everything, right? And they did it so as well with really just Delby swinging confidently, valiantly with that Guardian. So then you have the full Sova kit in that post, that late round, that dart, extra shocks, and yeah, Delby's the one that definitely delivers that round, even with the small wrap-up kill fault. There it is. And don't count them out just yet. Mentioned how they've been winning the rounds they needed to win, so that Wolves didn't run away with it, didn't get the match, or map, I should say, point. They're expecting a switch up here. I like this setup looking. Aware that on Nico things might get antsy, or at least might have heard the Spring scale down. The Spring's the one echoing since they had the overdrive online, ready to trap off contact was made. Now it's just question marks popping up across the map, Charlotte, as to where they are.
Yeah. Not entirely sure. Now, Autumn could be under a bit of pressure here, but full setup to try and fight with, so low numbers doesn't necessarily matter here. Turret spots one. Autumn now going to be calling his teammates over. You can see those rotations are being made, but just looks away from the angle at the wrong time, and Delby, yet again, the player to find impact, to find the kills, teleporting through a site well and truly in the hands and control of Trace Esports and the Viper's Pit as well, to make things even more difficult. Where do Wolves go from this? The lockdown in the way.
I was gonna say a save. Like, I know that was early for me to be thinking it, but it does seem like
Wolves
the
are
right
thinking
call
it as
here.
well. They're
Like, you have
leaving.
Yeah, you have wiggle room to work with here. They just invested 2 ultimates. I would have maybe wanted to see Spring be the only player that went searching. You can see him doubling back as well. Like, hey, I shouldn't save a bandit, guys. I should try with my bandit to get in there, maybe collect that weapon or find another player to kill instead. There they go, diving in. Just probably get the weapon, get out if you could, but yep, Lil King. There it is.
At the very least wanted to die to the spike there. Spring. And Trace, they start to claw back at that deficit, really. It's still a long way off.
Get a Wolves timeout here? I feel like we should, right? They have 2 of them still.
Yeah, very possible. I agree with you. I think it would be the right play to make. It's not lucky timing for Autumn there, though.
No?
Like, just going into this.
Like, you lose this one, it's gonna be, what, 10-11 next time? Assuming you don't win the eco, because this is Wolves, and again, it feels like the adaptations haven't been hitting their marks, but I guess Sweetfat Baby still has a few tricks up his sleeve, still has at least some adaptations to call. It is okay with those for the time being. You're not challenging into so many sites. I feel like the Vipers have been the ones to look at this map, so if you can deliver when getting solo challenged by a... Oh! I was gonna say a plethora of util.
That's a wild one to take, and Viva has tagged up quite a few players here with the Hunter's Fury. But
Give all of the A side. This is a major gamble.
Kai will certainly be feeling a little bit grieved after that one.
We've made it back just in time before Delby gets too much base here over towards this side of the map. No pesky Vipers wall as well to worry about if you do go Fnatic commit in the last 30 seconds of the round, which feels like the path we're treading towards here. And once again, much like the pistol round, right place, right time. They've tracked them here. The mid round goes well for Wolves. Now they just have to get the job done and anchor the site successfully.
Yeah, and they do have guns in this one. Spring just goes for the spots. Viva spotted out lurking as well. They know where these players are coming from, but Jawa through that fast lane, taken down. Fung fighting in. Wolves getting cut down here. And there's low time, but even still, Spike comes in. Autumn, what can he do? Well, not enough. Trace now finding their momentum. And surely this time we see the timeout from Wolves, right? Surely.
Oh my gosh. Surely, right?
Surely we see the timeout. This shot from Usality. Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah. We kind of said again it was going to come down to those A fights going their way, and pretty much how the cookie crumbled.
Yes, okay, there we go. Yeah, they finally take the timeout. So that is a positive for Wolves here. They've still got another one in the bank as well if things continue to spiral out of control here.
Yeah, you take that when it's like 11-11. Actually, probably even 12-11, something like that, just to get yourselves over that final hump. But round, I have the Spring ult, so I could see a nice eco strategy around the overdrive. kind of had an idea with that with the trap play C long previous round, and just it never got triggered. They had that bandit round save kind of with the Viper Spit and the lockdown invested, so they've been sitting on this. The 2 out from the Killjoy lockdown, so ought to, I think, save up for here. You see that Trace, right? They invested so many of the ultimates into that round 19, I believe it was, that only Kai's might come online before this comeback or this map is completed, so
感觉还在犹豫啊。主要我觉得现在一波爆点的话，小开他其实在这个进攻方打得并不舒服。他其实防守方
cautious approach. Coming out of a timeout, need to figure out the lay of the land, figure out what's changed from Wolves. Haven't seen too much just from an eye test perspective, other than the double stack of utility, the Killjoy and the Viper over towards A site. Hence the stack of players here on C. Kind of like a veiled trap.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Wolves still have a buy here, but they did have that save round earlier on in the half, so keeping things at least alive for now, but be scraping the bottom of the barrel. The coffers bleed dry. Fast lane and dark cover in towards B. Looking to try and take that site, but yeah, Snakebite in the way. They just don't really see a way through here. And Spring trying to keep them at bay, but it just falls apart. Yosemite and Jawa also taken down here by Trace. B-site in control, and it's a save again from Wolves. Trace find double digits, it is that 10-11 score.
Very, very nice backside fight there from Trace Esports. I'm glad they disrespect the fast lane. I'm glad they don't give Wolves that time to occupy backside space. As we mentioned, Wolves have thrived in is some of these flood style retakes, right? That would set them up perfectly to dump some util through the front of site, push these players back. That round, I think the fault there from Wolves was leaving this C site too early once there was that B pressure mounting, and that's where, again, I feel like the risks been calculated and taken in Sweet Fat Baby's calling. Like when we talk about the A stacks that they've had, we talk about the B refloods that they've had, it's because they leave some of these gaps intentionally on the map, and that round Trace just identified it perfectly, and off that positive low king and C Cubby were able to perfectly time it as well.
Yeah, I'm starting to get nervous for Wolves here now. Was 11-6, 11-10. Second timeout used. Back-to-back rounds. Fade wants to step in, have words with his team. That doesn't bode well. I'm gonna be real, Zobi. That really does not bode well.
And this feels a little early. This feels like if you mess up this timeout, because it's going to be like, again, another half-buy sort of situation. I need them to stop half-buying, low-key, number one. I want them to have, again, a decent buy on moving forward. Keep this up, you'll be out of timeouts, right? And it could be like a 12-11. We could see like a 13-11 in Trace's favor, so... Nice to see. We saw Jalo talking during the timeout there a little bit. So maybe a collective effort here about what to change. Not moving into the round, but aside from that, what do we? I kind of mentioned how they were gambling some of these gaps around the maps, and that's something that I would like to see fixed. And that can be fixed by, again, some of the deeper scaling that we saw from them prior, like towards C-Long, for example. We haven't seen them also take a main space either when they're running a game composition, right? As Trace Esports is, playing the defenses very differently, and again, eye test-wise, nothing different after the timeout from Wolves, right? It's still the C-heavy stack because of this double Viper wall and KJ setup A-side. Just might get lucky with Trace having a different start, a different choice on their attack half.
Again, for Trace, trying to get the lay of the land. Focus towards Garage here. Well,
He has the pit. Surprised we didn't pop it for some stability here early into the round. I think they're confident the snake bite closeout here. I think they're realizing how easy it is to get this util out from Wolf's side and backpedal accordingly, right? It's like, it's becoming predictable almost, these set plays from Wolves. You can't just give it that space, obviously, if you're Wolves, but you're understanding when it's going to be a commit. Eva. Bold to solo hold this. Fortunate there was no re-clear here as well. And like I mentioned, they just wait, they get the util out, and then they re-accelerate back. They're still ending B.
That BB backside could be the difference maker, but Wolves flooding on in. It's worked for them previously, and now it's working for them again. Jawa, Autumn getting involved. And Delby is going to have to do it all. Tagged up, shut down. Wolves Esports finally get map point.
And you said it, Charlotte, there. The refloods have always been good. I mentioned how, yeah, it's risky, but it works. And that round, there was less risk about it because I don't think Trace did enough to sell that this was like, oh, we completely vacated the B site and those intentions, right? We saw them, again, fully around towards the garage side, but there wasn't a deep commit as much as I would have liked to see. And you have the Killjoy util up on A, so you know no one's making contact there either. So again, it's kind of, they felt very sure of themselves that there was going to be a big exit and framed accordingly, won the round accordingly, and as you mentioned, are now on that point, pushing us towards bind.
Yeah. It's interesting in the last round that you brought up the Viper's Pit from Yosemite. I don't think we've seen that ult be used by him all half. I'm trying to rack my brains towards a defensive Viper's Pit, and I can't even really remember one in the first half either. Difficult one to try and navigate, but doing their best to find is the run on in. It's a lockdown though from Autumn to try and prevent a bit of that space, but Luoking fighting forward. He's going to get detained here. In a fair amount of trouble, but Kai fighting back. Coverage doing well, and Viva will be able to plant the spike.
Contemplate a save here, play for the OT or the round close. The refloat off the overdrive, and feels like, yep, the former decision has been made. And they're playing the long game. They realize they have some wiggle room here, and I did say I wanted to try and see them keep the economy strong, and they are going to have a buy for Yosemite. It's more of Autumn and where the shortcoming is going to be. Maybe what I would do here, because you want your side anchors to be strong, is Jawa has been rocking the Stinger on these half buys time and time again and has been doing quite well with it, so maybe relinquish the Phantom on him back on that weapon, but this just felt like an unfortunate A fight didn't go their way there with those 7 shots, so see how
I do love it
goes.
from Luoking, actually, to sort of play into the lockdown there. I just think Wolves really were not expecting them to disrespect the lockdown.
Okay. I mentioned how like we were hopefully going to see like a lack of an ult cycle for Tracy Sports before this map was up if you're a Wolves fan, and about enough time that Viva has Hunter's Fury, Kai has the overdrive, and only strengthen some of these pops, but I do like the split Killjoy utility this round. This is a big change actually on the Wolves side. It's usually been all in C, all in A. They're again trying to frame for the win con, which is these retakes. Get maximum information going into it.
Looking towards Garage now, Trace trying to fill out the map, but Kai, that's bold to go for that on such low health. Still finding one is a little bit ridiculous. Wolves starting to feel the crunch, feel the pressure, as overtime is just 1 round away, but so is Bind. It all comes down to this, and Jawa clearing Feng Feng in long. Trace forced to pump the brakes here. Where do they go?
Have Spring holding the B line now that Filter is out of the picture. 30 seconds left.
Dark cover is just so nasty in that spot. Again, completely forces the pause here from Trace, but Hunter's Fury in, Spring forced into action himself, has to run forwards, but now the Thorn in the side, backside, is able to get things done, has the overdrive available, Spike Plant comes in, but Viva falls, Lower King has to clutch up if Trace want this 2-0, and they just will not get it. Trace Esports fought back hard, but it's a comeback faker than most. We will go to bind.
There's our Aura Farmer that we've missed during the off-season, up celebrating with the team, rallying the troops after a well-fought map. Yeah, Autumn had a good map, Viper had a good map, everyone had a good map there on that side, and mentioned how that was going to be a major win con, was the bounce back of players like Yosemite especially, and I got close, but definitely I think a map to be proud of heading into bind, and this is why it was so difficult, I'll say, for me to call. And Satoshi on stage coming out to celebrate with the squad. So mentioning, you know, how they were subbed out here is still in the rallying corner here. Nice to see, but all in all, that was a fun map. I feel like we kind of again got to see some of the faults finally to a defense from Trace that weren't as apparent over on Abyss. I also got to see again Wolves. And I want to say their inability to challenge the operator, which could rear its head over on bind as well at times, but all in all, whew, nicely done.
Yeah, indeed. It feels like for Wolves that's a much needed map, because on Abyss, even some of the rounds they did get, again, on the back of clutches, on the back of really big moments. This time it was a team effort. Everyone was doing their bit, and we had plenty of big moments from, you know, some of the rookies on the stage, like Autumn doing very, very well for himself. But in the end, you've also got to give props to Trace for how close they kept things, especially when it started to run away from them. 11-6 was the score at one point in this one as well.
As well, being able to still make the comeback when they exhausted both timeouts so early on as well. So just trusting that they could get it to the point where, you know, Wolves' hand felt forced to take their own, so they could get back in the coach's corner. But I think both teams' reactivity to this map is what was really impressive. From Wolves as a team, I'll say, I think, and from individuals on Trace's side, like Delby, right? The Guardian round was crazy, and I think was the contributing factor to what kept Trace in it.
It feels like Delby has really been unleashed after giving up the IGL reigns, but we'll have the team comms and we'll see you after this.
Open， 不要穿，不要穿。好，5秒约。off 你先穿，准备穿去。加油！You saw you FTP， 有 TP。Nice，Jordan，要狙吗？不用。
That round could have been a difference maker if Fever finds that clutch, but instead steadying the ship, and Jawa the MVP. What a performance from him as well. Again, one of the rookies on this stage, and performed fantastically, especially when Wolves were on those eco rounds. So many stinger kills from honestly unreasonably far away.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like this year for NA is categorized as losing so many promising rookies to other regions. Right, we've already seen 2 crazy debuts in EMEA, right, from players like Glyph, players like Seven, and now we're seeing it from Jawa here, MVP on this map win for Wolves to get it to a map 3. He was a player that I was super excited to see finally get his chance, and he is proving it here, being dependable, being stable, setting up even the Neon at times. So all this to say, they've done quite well on the bounce back, and trying to figure out what do we like. There wasn't even individuals that we were asking more out of, like we were for Wolves, like between map 1 and map 2 for Trace, that I can say, oh, we need more from this player between map 2 and map 3. Charlotte, it is again, I think, just the team play, at least on the defensive half, we're gonna have to see get cleaned up here, especially on a map that is, I feel like, more retake centric in regards to bind. I'm curious to see how again it's gonna fare as our decider.
Yeah, you also, I cast my mind back to Champ Seoul in 2024, where Trace did have their sort of breakout performance, I think, on that global stage, taking down Lev, getting into the playoffs. And a lot of it was done on Bind. It was Bind and Ascent, the two maps that they really took over as their own. So part of this does have me a bit worried for Wolves. Obviously, you've got some different pieces to the roster here on Trace, but you've still got, you've still got the coach, you've still got some of the players as well, Fung, Kai, Luo King from that Champs performance. So, me and Rigger were saying it in map number 1, it's a bit of a pocket pick, perhaps, here for Trace.
And I am curious that, how the roles are going to land, because that is the big shift if we're looking at the Wolves side of things and their success at Champions, but at Masters and such. But all in all, I mean, I'm just excited then to see Bind and what we could be expecting, Charlotte.
Yeah, indeed, and we will know what we're going to see when we get into it after this break.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts, 'cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so on my pace. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through.
Welcome back. Map 3 bind is upon us. Still Charlotte, and I am still with Zobi. We're not doing a double
Another
switch up
switcheroo.
here.
Pretty fun. Little three-way moving piece of a TriCast, but yeah, we're headed into bind, right? Again, who did you end up predicting for this? I completely forgot who I predicted. I feel like I went with Wolves just because my heart was with Wolves and with Jawa, you know, the NA bias. Who did you end up going with?
I predicted Brace.
Okay, so we're on opposite sides. We're duking it out, and rightfully so, because we are headed to map 3 of bind. And you were discussing, like, historically who feels favored coming into this, and to bring in some recency as well, I will say that we have at least a rep under the belt we can argue for Trace Esports during the offseason on this map. We have 4 out of 5 players, right, in SEM up against EDG, and it wasn't a terrible showing. It was an 8-13 loss, but it was also without Lua King, who honestly was also a big player map 1 that had a quieter map 2. So, circling back to what we said before the break of like, oh, who could we maybe ask for more out of, even though they still were doing, again, like a good job and everyone was around the same level in the kill department. That's maybe a player to look towards. But I want to read you this comment. I want you to hear what you think, because I feel like it's not as standard for this map. All right, it's Neon KO Fade Viper Omen, and I don't even know if they're gonna keep it because I don't see Looking as a KO player. You know, so what do you think of that?
I am confused.
Confused. You don't think that's a bind comp?
It is a bizarre one, definitely. I don't know. It feels quite strange, but
we'll see if they use it again, especially because now, again, if they were looking on the smokes, they'll have to have somebody else flex over if they do want to maintain it. But shifting then the discussion over to the Wolves side of things. I'm excited to see more of the spring. I'm hoping like maybe a spring wave. Like, I feel like Wolves and Faded especially have always been good at having very like global compositions and understand the lay of the land. So I could see them leaning in that direction, especially with some NA influence of Zhao sprinkled in there. But from the agent comps, we get to see, and there it is. And we are switching away from it, still bringing in the flashes, but not from the KO. Instead, the Yoru with the double duelist. And honestly, with Feng Feng on the raise, I am not like against this at all, Charlotte.
yeah, I think this is it's quite good. It's also sort of similar to what we saw when Trace were sort of dominating bind all the way back at Champs 24, when you had, it was more of a single duelist sort of situation there, but you had Feng Feng playing Raze on the Raze maps, Kai playing Jet on the Jet maps, and Kai on the Cypher anytime else. Obviously, you can kind of get away without Sentinels on bind, especially in the most recent patches where Sentinels have kind of been nerfed into the ground a little bit.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, Sentinel mains in ranked, we have it rough.
Oh, we did mention how we thought the lack of Sentinel maybe burned Wolves a little bit on Abyss, right? So curious to see how it's going to fare, especially with the Waylay on the side of Trace Esports. But speaking of the Sentinels, right, we kind of lost over Autumn switching to the Chamber, right? It's like two flavors of when you have a fragging Sentinel, what do you put them on? Either Chamber or you can switch into a Duelist, like, which is, again, the two divergences that Trace and Wolves have taken. I do really like Chamber on this map. I was not always sold on it. I again would lean towards a Cypher, a Sage, or no Sentinel with this double controller that you're mentioning. And yeah, like if you have an aimer, and Autumn's been aiming today, I think it could go well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, aiming is obviously a big part of the game. Anyway, it feels like sometimes in China it's a bigger part of the game than it is elsewhere in the world. But for Trace as well, I think I want to see a bit of a faster pace, and I do think that the Raze will sort of help that happen. Where, you know, on Haven they were leaving it quite late. We obviously made the comparisons to Fnatic with their incredibly slow style.
I don't think there's gonna be an issue with this comp.
A pace shift here. And yeah, with this comp, it shouldn't be.
So talking about pace shifts, do you see the flank? They're faking pressure with that flash, that guiding light. So now they flip showers when the real threat is coming through short. And I am afraid for Loking's life right about now. Okay, they tucked into U-Haul. They have a reflank here from Delby. This could be okay.
And with the smoke, you can see Delby now expecting there to be some kind of aggressive play, but expecting them to push out instead of just going down short, which is what's happening. Still Yosemite watching over this, but Jowup on the site is going to be good for one. And like you say, the sandwich crunch comes on in. Fung with that kill, and now it's Wolves that are getting flanked. Now it's Wolves that have to kind of beware from these situations. But Zhao has found a double. It's all onto Viva. Half on the spike. The 1v2 comes in. Another clutch pistol round for Trace.
Yeah, I mean, there was a second to spare anyway, so you couldn't fault them for sticking it in that situation, and you can't expect Zhao to carry the full weight of the team in a 4K on a pistol, but yeah, I mean, at this point, Trace, that they're just expected to win these pistols, right? That is now 4 out of 5 of them on the series, if I'm mistaken, and going into it, we'll see now. Okay, I mentioned how the Wolves force buy is an attack side thing, and the first time this series, they are starting on the defense, so no silliness this time around. Might respect it, or the classics will show some disrespect in its stead. And you can see they were expecting something silly already out of Wolves, right? Very framed to relinquish pressure while they are working showers on the other side of the map. And we'll say this comp with a chamber in the mix is an eco killer in its own right with that headhunter. So with Autumn solo anchoring A, only 2 bullets. We'll see if it's enough to find its target here.
Yeah, incredibly low investment from Wolves, and Autumn is by himself. Whew. That shot just does not land. Delby, just a wide enough swing to be able to
evade
that
flank again.
Oh, okay, yep. That's
if they lose one player and get a trade in this Bulldog, I think it's a worthy investment to have 4 on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're going through cave, actually. All the way around the map.
Why do you peel off? Why do you still send Sweet Fat Baby short? Because now they're like, huh, something is weird. And Viva, the awareness here is really nice.
Read it perfectly here. And Zhao fighting back into Lower King, who also reads this. Trace Esports outbraining Wolves right now.
No more headhunters. That was the last one.
It's going to be difficult to fight back in, and with Spring falling, there's no longer any pressure on the back. Autumn will just look to die to the spike here. Trace Esports convert a follow-up. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Yeah, and it does just come out of that interesting decision to split off caves to send Sweet Fat Baby solo into short. Again, if they maybe fought this together, got the Bulldog, and then split off, I would have been okay with it, but again, I think it was too high of a cost to get some of these weapons into Spring's hand with that Bulldog, and a little bit too much time taken as well, walking as far as they did. And again, the walking didn't matter because Viva somehow had their number anyways. So, Trace, pretty like a bonus in the good way, right? Bulldog baddies, as I call them, and 4 out of 5 players here bringing them into the round. This could get dangerous if Wolves aren't careful, and honestly, I feel like Wolves' defense has been fairly loose, no? Like, they're fighting, they're giving up a lot of space, and they're gonna get burned for it. Look, already in, they're already confined to showers.
Yeah, and Fun just running on in there. The Bulldog spray finding 2, but Wolves quick to respond, finding 2 themselves. Delby, 1 to fight on back, but the spike being planted. Yosemite had some nice shots in his way. Now it's just Autumn left to try and clutch yet again. A 1 versus 2 situation here. He's fighting in from connector. In from vents now towards the site itself. Delby going for the wrap round short. Autumn has to take this fight, wins it. But now here's the question. Can Delby find the flank? He's low HP. Autumn might be good for this one. Gets the spot and gets the kill. 2 clutches, 3 rounds. What is going on?
Wow. I mean, that's 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched on paper, duking it out in the server. I do think, again, that round started with, again, an interesting call, right? Like, feels like Wolves are oversimplifying the defense, and that's what led to that clutch. Led to, like you mentioned, hero players required to win out rounds, and fits the bill perfectly. A little showmanship on stage as well, after the fact. To the coach, I think it looks like now with the answer back that we just saw there, the celebration goes, but see it falling at the money as a result, but Grace, weapons in hand, 2 off from the orbital strike, 1 off from the nightfall. They're looking pretty healthy despite possibility of Wolves tying us up 2-2 for the time being.
Really impressed by these signings here from Wolves. Our MVP on map number 2, Autumn, has been consistent throughout. Time though on the wrong side of the map, and the orbital strike comes through. That's Jawa using that ultimate, and Delby's been caught here. Taken down. 4 versus 4. Spring fighting back into things, and the second from long range. Trace Esports torn asunder here on the A site. Trying to steady things a little bit. Fun! How on earth is he finding that? It doesn't matter. Yosemite for 2. And Wolves for 2 as they tie us up.
That's a bold commitment on the final 1v1 there from Yosemite. Maybe fearing for the spray down through the Radiant box, but job done. Nightfall expended as well with no return. A really nice timing on that orbital strike, and also we kind of got to see that in the ideology change on the defense there from Wolves, whether it be attributed to the orbital strike or again the shortcoming or almost thereof, requiring the clutch from Autumn in their first buy. It just kind of held the space, right? You had 1 tuck to you had the 2 tucked backside, and that's what I did like to see on this defense. And they left less gaps. Say that fast 5 times. And
no. I refuse.
they've abandoned their endeavors. We're headed back towards B, or at least faking it for the time being. They have realized, okay, wow. Look at all the trust in Autumn. There are 4 players that have rotated to B after they started with 3 on A.
Yeah.
Their confidence is well placed.
Trademark inside the showers too. So to be able to get all of this information, the Prowler coming on in. Fung has been spotted, but the double kill with the Outlaw. Autumn finding impact yet again. And Trace struggling this time though. Delby is able to take him down, had the heavy shields on side. Yosemite fighting back. Trace still in trouble in this round as it just keeps falling apart. Now it is just Delby on that 10 HP. Wolves take the lead here on Bind.
Yeah. You can see Autumn is definitely feeling the chamber pick right now. Confidence, smiling. I mentioned the confidence had to be well placed, and there it was. Trigger discipline and all. Let the race through, find the high impact players coming in. And it is unfortunate that the backside fight went Delby's way, at least for Autumn there, but the immediate refrags as an apology worked quite well there. Who found the round secured alongside that lead. I think the interactions right now between Sweep Up Baby and Autumn on stage are nice. Like, I think this is like a W pickup, I'll say, for Autumn on this team. You already talked about these rookies. Like, it's kind of like a... What's the word for it? Like a player that, like, came out of nowhere. From the deep, like, was...
From the
deep. Yeah, from the deep, right? Like, because he wasn't like an Ascension player, like you know...
Yeah,
take a chance, it's paying off.
Absolutely is, but I mean that round, a little bit of a punishment coming through from Trace. Kai, gate crash in, utilizes it immediately, and Yosemite trying to play ahead of the timing there, gets caught himself. There's the sort of pace change that we were looking for from Trace, and it pays off for them. 5 versus 2. Wolves just looking to save their guns into round number 7.
Finally broke through the A hold. And I feel like A has been the strongest we've seen from Trace. The one round was able to shut it down, but it's because of Jawa and that orbital strike. The other round was because of, again, it being an eco, and the Outlaw is an eco killer, especially in Autumn's hands. I don't expect too many issues. I might not even expect a timeout from Wolves after this loss. It'll be 3-3. They'll have ults, they'll have a tour de force, especially to work with. We see now as a problem. Trace possibly handle this chamber. I do like the dimensional drift and the orbital strike, so this next round I think is going to be very, very telling for how this series is going to go.
Yeah, swing round, sorry, for all intents and purposes.
Yep, there it is. Full buy, commit.
For Autumn there too. Sufat BB actually is 0-4. I didn't actually notice.
Yeah. It's okay. The team's got his back. That's your ideal. I think I'm more surprised that even if Wolves lose this round, they have a buy next if I was reading the money correctly. Right? And I think that partially comes from the Tour de Force buy, but aside from that, Jawa.
No.
Yeah, you need to relinquish that pressure. I mean, that's honestly the best waste of an orbital strike you could hope for, because you're still anchored in the side. You've got the dimensional drift out, and Fong. I don't know how you survived that.
No idea. Ended up by the saturate.
They're still going for this?
Running in, and oh dear, it's falling apart here for Trace, but Viva, it's the ITL to get things back. Autumn round the sides does exactly what was required of him. Finding the 2 kills, finding the round for Wolves.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Early round, fine. Great hookah clearance, great exec off the dimensional drift, but after this point, when you've already had the way lay TP through A, when there's been that much delay timing and you gave up that much A space, I think you can't really commit to the B site. The fact that they doubled down is, again, I think what was their undoing, and now coming to the next, again, money strengthened. Mentioned this is a turning point because now in this round, if you lose, it would be Wolves having a 2 ahead. Trace is broke. Forced down to an eco, so it'd be Wolves basically solidifying their place in this half and possibly this match for the side swap. And Viper's pit down, that's kind of what we're teeing up for. They love doing this. Heavy stacking with the Viper and the Senti util. We saw this ironically on Haven, right? You look back the Viper's wall on the KJ util, and then they have numbers on the opposite site. Well, we're gonna fight this? We're gonna fight this. Oh!
Gonna win the fight if you're
This is a nasty angle off this one way. I am learning new tech.
There you go. Every day's a school day, Zobi.
Higher class after this.
And for the side of Wolves, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with how the start of this round has gone. Only 40 seconds left. 5 versus 4. Folks now coming down inside of Garden. Sufat BB on the off angle. There's a double from him. Fung and Kai now, the duelists, are the furthest back, and they've got to try and clutch this up. It doesn't seem like there's even really an attempt on here.
It feels like a save, right? You have the operator that was invested into. I mentioned how, look at the money, you're not going to have a buy. Delby might be able to buy, so then you could scrounge up probably a force buy here if you do want to, again, prevent Wolves from getting to 6, and probably more before the half is up. A good call, I think, to halt here. And this is one of those rounds where, in the previous round, I was like, oh, why didn't they leave after shutting down, right? The waylay into hookah. This round, you couldn't, right? You know the Viper Spit is the A side. You had to just keep poking and prodding, hoping someone would overpeak. And it's unfortunate that that one player was Sufat Baby, who, on the board, again, it was more, it's not that he couldn't get the kills, that he just didn't need to at times. And then instead spending Spring Up, we saw again the Guiding Light that kind of secured this round. That fight with Jawa as well, forward, which I feel like is different, right? You think about players fighting for that deep shower control off of the flashes off the brim, so I do like them reframing that for long, a little bit later of a reclear there. So Trace, like I said, coming to this round, you can force, you cannot. Already used some ults with no return now twice, so let's get coaching here.
Yeah, let's see what Destroyer has to say to the team. We know in the past can be a bit of brutal honesty from Destroyer. But as things stand for now, Trace, they still got a shot at this. The problem is that this is Bind we're talking about, and a map that can often lean towards the attackers, and they are in real danger of letting Wolves run away with things here. Their economy is starting to look really quite nice, and at that point, what do you even do?
Look at the little smile there from Satoshi. He's like, yeah, we're winning the series, but I think right now, you mentioned it's a tax-sided map. I feel like we should bring up that we were questioning how Trace were going to do on the defense because they don't have a Sentinel. So trailing at the half is definitely not what they want to do, hence the timeout. Hence trying to keep Wolves off of 6, because then the best you can hope for is a tie. See if the change is oriented. I do flip things around. Chamber challenging Sand. Hookah, I feel like they've been getting that space up pretty much for free in the spirit of fighting long. I like the deep solo melee as well.
Autumn is setting himself up for this fight, which, look at the minimap, should be coming through soon. Boombot to try and clear. Fang Fang just sends a shot in, and Autumn, bit of a different angle, closer to safety, closer to being able to escape from this one, but still, Trace, it's taken them 20 seconds to get up this far, and Autumn takes him down. Kill from Viva, or kill onto Viva, sorry, and now what? They're getting away from this. They want to go back to A. You've got Spring and Sufat over here.
Finally a W lurk!
Inside of Showers, though, that's an angle that they're going to have to be wary of. That'll be
15 seconds?
Still not completely sure about this. Trace, they are taking their sweet time here. And Sufat could be able to get something done. There's the first kill. Forces the working off of the plant. And now there's real danger in this. Finally, the spike comes on in. Viper's Pit in towards Halls, but it doesn't cover the plant. It's basically just acting like a smoke, and Spring jumping on in. Flawlessly taken from Wolves. A triple kill from the duelist as well. That's a crazy round, and they do find 6.
And before the team celebrations and the fist bump, Spring did not look impressed. It was like, what just happened? Like in that Viper's Pit. And I think that's why you saw Sweetfat Baby after getting this kill, right, on the Fang Fang, didn't fully commit to denying the plan because they knew they had another win con, right, to rely upon here. And there it is. Spring's just like, okay. And that is, again, the round that kind of breaks the half there for Trace. No money, no hopes at advantage at the half. Timeout exhausted. No return. Hump again, looking clean. Well executed for Wolves. Minus, again, we mentioned the gaps that they were generating early on in this half. I'm a little nervous right here because there's that similar gap I'm seeing, flashbacks and all, of a race satcheling in to pinch them in Showers, especially now with Kai having a nice delay in Showers. They should have the speed up here. And now the question is, how do you fight around triple? How do you fight around backside when you've given up this much short space on the Wolves side?
Yeah, still wary about this one, and the spike is heading towards Showers.
I like this, actually. You have a deposit of the Brimstone looking here. We now can apply pressure on the smoke timings with Bulldog while you're trying to make noise off these Prowlers and draw their attention back to Shower. Like, oh, hey, we're not out short yet. We're fighting Showers. When in reality, they're trying to pinch, and the issue is if you lose or don't have the proper timing, all your players are going to be gone before the Brim, before Delby can get in position.
It's just brutal.
Yeah. I saw the vision, the mistiming was there, and Sweetfat Baby's like, what are they doing? Because I also, if I'm in the server and seeing that happen, or like they had access to site and they didn't tip it back in their favor. So again, a risky call there from Viva that doesn't pay off, unfortunately, but again, it was an eco, so no harm, no foul to a certain degree.
Yeah, it's just, you gotta feel it could have been so much more. And Destroyer calls the second timeout of the half. Not a happy bunny, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely worried then about that second half and the composition's implications on Bind. Knowing what they have prepped versus don't have prepped, and trying to think what else there is to chat about in terms of what's not working for Trace here. Like, team play wise, like I feel like we can't really like point out too much that's going wrong. That degree. I mentioned like last round there was a questionable call. I questioned like I wanted them to rotate a little bit more, and we saw again the impact of them being able to rotate was they were getting spiked down a lot easier. I feel like most of these rounds that have gone Wolves' ways handily have been like, okay, no spike, no nothing, right? And that showed progress, but I want to see more out of. But there's like rounds left anyways.
Gonna be.
So no, maybe he has an idea
to navigate. Yeah, he's light bulb moment for him.
Four direct short fight. I like this actually. They've identified short is weak. Like they can get out short pretty easily. And Fong with a Nightfall to address what has been these showers fights, but instead it's a late conversion paths and TP from Yosemite here that gets handled as well.
Wow.
So perfect counter from Trace out of the timeout.
Yeah, doing really, really well. Just to sort of go, screw it. We're just going to go in. That's a ridiculous shot from Autumn, though. Throws a bit of danger back into the mix here for Trace. Can't just sit back. They do still need to be worried about these positions, and, well, they're dealing with them effectively. Captain has to clutch, and it's not going to happen. Trace Esports find the board again. It's been a while. That was a good round from Trace.
No, absolutely. And it was also, I think, a little bit of a mystery there from Wolves, right? Because of the Nightfall investment into showers, you expect someone to be following it up, probably from, again, spawn side, right? But then they see nobody, they realize showers is clear, and that's where, again, you have these backstab late from Viva. That felt like a stark counter to what has been the showers control from Wolves. And the Wolves not being there was kind of just the cherry on top for Trace as well. So this round, I do like this adaptation from Wolves, right? Trace just found what worked. You expect them to run it back, perhaps, so you're fighting heavily into short. And there's an off on the other side, but when... Yeah, Trace has gone the other way, when Fongfo can hit shots like that, it might not work in your favor. Yeah.
He was flashed. But Wolves actually find themselves in with the advantage here. The player lurking towards short, taken down. Fungfug also. I mean, he was living on borrowed time, but now Kai has also fallen in showers.
And questionable double backs.
Kind of crumbling here, and there's an orbital strike.
Last round, might as well
be sent towards their position. If they enter into halls, then that is going to be such a dangerous position. Lamps very nearly a coffin for them.
They have a flank too from Yosemite. Look, this round is done, dusted. They're just tying it up with a bow.
Yeah. Smoke in the way, but yeah, just creeping closer and closer forwards. They're going to be so worried about this flank. The prospect of Yosemite just puts them into a cold sweat, really. And 8-4. At least we're seeing a pattern with the halves. We see 6-6, 7-5, 8-4.
That's trending towards a reverse sweep in Wolves' favor, though.
Indeed,
the trend we're seeing.
Fung, man. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that shot was good. My issue here is that we don't have, like, a Delby lurk on the Viper. We don't have a good lurk from the Yoru. That we're providing information that they're fighting it short. That should have given you the answer. The information Viva needed to call, like, a B follow-through, right? That's where the Viper was solo. And that Sack was fighting it short. So, yeah. Again, I think there were some difficulties in the calling department there, which... Again, happens. We can look back to see that maybe had difficulties on Abyss as well. But coming into the side swap there. How are we going to make this no Senti composition work for Trace Esports to make a comeback? It starts with their pistols, right, Charlotte? They have a pretty good pistol record.
That they do. 4 out of 5 so far. And, I mean, this one, you feel it's necessary, really, for Trace to have any kind of fight back, because if not, 9-4, very likely double digits for Wolves before you can get back on the board, and you're looking at a 6-round deficit. it is so difficult to come back from that position. And they gave a comeback a good go on Haven, but weren't able to find it. And for Wolves, I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far from these players. And yeah, I have to say I did underestimate them a bit when I predicted Trace, but also it does feel like Viva is kind of getting bamboozled or scrambled here, which is not something we really saw at all last year.
No, absolutely. I think that is the difficulty there. A few rounds where they were able to get the jump on, and we had that direct counter that felt like a one and done strat. I think that's again what you have to do when it was 2 rounds before the side swap from Trace were good. But
so you don't have Viper utility, you don't have Fade utility on this pistol round. That feels uncomfortable. 3 players, they're looking into Autumn. Well, you know, you can buy the Sheriffs if they work out like that. 2 kills straight away from Trace. And the team flash coming in. Tricky one for Wolves to try and contend with. This time the guiding light does at least find value inside the showers, but still the team flash, it doesn't go their way. A 1v5 needs to be attempted here from Sufat BB. And well, it's flawless. The lowest, the low death count here for Trace, in fact, the lowest possible, with 0 falling. I mean, it's a start. It's a start.
Yeah, it's a start. We can't with how many against second rounds they got converted. I'm not saying anything until I see the second round. But
yeah,
that round,
that's true.
Just unfortunate. From again your chamber, who's supposed to be the solo, probably late shower take, falling that early from a triple fight out of showers, to then a player with a shorty who has to get it up close and personal, getting flashed off the angle by a team flash, not once but twice accidentally. But this is why we said you can't count Wolves out until the second round is over, because attack half plus stingers have been deadly. Technically, it's worked every time, right? When they stinger force on the attack half this series. So make it a trifecta. Why not?
Yeah, and you have the Headhunter as well, which is always dangerous on these eco rounds. But surely Trace expects the Stinger Force this time, right?
I hope by this time. They backed off. They're a little bit deeper into the site, but...
Yeah, even still, we saw some gunfights won from ridiculously far away from these Stinger buys, especially against things like this Bulldog from Kai. He's sitting inside the smoke. Could get overwhelmed here. Well, they've heard the TP.
No.
Delby's got a judge.
Wait, actually?
They're wrapping around. Are they
Is
going
this an
back
overcook
to
or
A?
a cook? They wanted to sell the fake rotate so that the players that are deposited could get impact, right? You don't want to take these long range fights with the Stingers, so they're hoping to catch people not swinging. The difficulty here is now Trace with the reclear on showers should foil the entire plan and realize that they're still there.
Well, now they know that you've got that lurker. Guiding light sent in. Trace still have the numbers over here. But awesome, what a shot to find Lure King, though, with the Stinger. Trying to give Wolves a bit of a taste of their own medicine here. Even still, though, advantage for the attacking side, and they've been able to plant the spike in this position. Trace now have to retake, and with a Marshal on side, it's going to be quite difficult. 12 HP for Fang Fang as well, and history, I think it's about to repeat itself, Zobi here. Viva finds a double, but it's up to Fang Fang. Just a dozen of health points, and it just does not look likely. It's happened again. It has happened again. Deary me.
Didn't trust in the recipe there for a second. We're waiting to see if it was an overcook on the TP play. But it comes up with success here. And I like that they're giving Sweetfat Baby the room to breathe and call that mid round as well, because they pause for a solid like 10-15 seconds before that TP play, and then they get an additional 10 to 15 seconds while those players are rotating back. And I think what happened there, that why we saw that exploration of showers that could have worked out if they didn't get that weird timing between Kai and Autumn, was Delby calling like, hey, they didn't commit into hookah, like they actually aren't coming B. So, and Trace, it's not like they didn't mishandle the call there against a creative call out of Wolves, but Now?
Oh,
Okay, I was gonna
dear.
say that dog saw 3 and Spring is all over him.
Yeah, Yosemite's got the Guardian as well, just charging on into Lamps, and Kai's been spotted. Snakebite at his feet is going to halt forwards progress, lurking on the site. Not long for this world. Feels like Trace are starting to fall off the cliff here. The
He's
rocks
snapped right back
crumbling
onto it.
below their feet. And
Okay.
it ends with a collateral from Autumn as well. I mean, yeah, it was an eco, but it can't keep falling apart like this, especially when you're 8-4 down.
Yeah, I've been continually impressed, I think, by Wolves' ability once they're out onto a site to, as soon as a threat is identified, collectively neutralize it almost instantaneously, right? There was this opportunity for Lua King on site to get a great timing around triple because they went from, again, trying to scale with Spring and that Judge back into showers to reclear to then fighting on that Kai tucked away in CT. Would have been a timing there, but then, again, they both pivot, shut him down, and there's no hopes for that eco, so... Now, I mean, double digits for Wolves. Finally, a restrictive buy at a Trace. Fatal ult as well, so if you lose this and lose the Fatal, I agree this map would be winding down, right? They're plummeting off the cliff, like, about to hit the ground, no parachute, no nothing. And... they've switched things up a little bit, which I do like. Proactivity down B long. A lot of information helped frame this A fight here, perhaps.
Yeah, Feng is under pressure. Spring, though, refract away, does not let things get out of hand in that way, but Feng's been caught by Yosemite. Delby could be in a great position here. Lower King goes 1 for 1, and Kai fighting in. Also caught out. Delby's just still here, still waiting, biding his time for the opportunity to go for a play. Just can't quite make the transfer happen, and Viva, caught on the flank, will also fall. 11 for Wolves, they just keep extending that lead further.
Wow. Wow. And I want to take a look back at that. I mean, first and foremost, I never expected Spring and the Judge to be the go-to for the Whaley on Bind. You think of all these long angles, but it's been enough to force these players off of their side hold positions that they wanted, right? They wanted that deep shower position so they could have some sort of TP play if Kai and Viva, who had pushed down B long, wanted to double back and have that quick rotate, but again, the timing there, unfortunate from Feng over towards short. Unfortunate that they get the backside pressure through you all as well, so... And, going from bad to worse there. Feng solo short. Up by the Outlaw. There's Tuck Shower, we'll see when Wolves clears them out.
We will absolutely see Viva teleport also caught here by Yosemite. The shots go wide.
Again, they got in the space, and then they just pause. They cut noise. They set the seeds of doubt, of chaos, in Trace's mind. I like it seems that maybe they're laughing on him together. Just they know. They're like, guys, this is the plan. This is the strat.
So staring at each other as well. Hello. Well, half the round is now gone. Even still,
they learned they didn't rotate on the Trace side.
Tendency here. 5v3, Eco on the other side, make it a 5v2 as Lure King also goes down. Autumn just sort of sticking in through the snakebite as well. Quick switch to the headhunter. My god, did it hunt that head? It's just Kai remaining. Flawlessly taken from Wolves. Looking to go supersonic here, really, and just speed run this second half on Bind.
There was a moment where I thought we were about to see Delby get knifed, actually, by accident. By Autumn, but yeah, this is... wow. Again, like, again, Trace and now aren't making wrong calls, like we pointed out in the first half. It's just the econ is not in their favor because of that disruption from the Stinger Force, and it has not been with these last 4 rounds in succession out of Wolves. That's been the difficult point. Now, map point, still have a buy, still have the Fade ult. Gonna be all stops here. Stay alive. You need 7 in a row, Charlotte.
Yeah, we've not even talked about what the bracket looks like here. If you lose, you go down to the middle bracket, triple elimination format. And, well, Trace look destined for that middle bracket right now. A brilliant set play. We've seen it in Americas too so far this season. Send in the waylay, saturate, get down, orbital strike in the way.
If Sweepa maybe rips the Skyle here, this would be huge info to call around. I feel like Leo King is just full trust, anti-flash positioning. Why do you peek that? Why do you go exploring? You have the perfect trap!
Curiosity killed the cat there. As the ult comes in, it's up to Fung Fung. 1 versus 5. As it just does not seem likely. The boys in black and gold looking to put their mark here on VCT China. Plenty doubted them in stage 1. Plenty doubted them at Masters Toronto. And now with these new pickups, they're doubted again. And they prove themselves again. 2-1. They take the series. What a performance, particularly from the rookies, Sobi.
Wow. And this is a team that I can see being very, very promising into this season, right? A team reconstructed here on the Trace side. It also looks promising. Who's he picking up? I couldn't quite tell from the side. This is the team that I can see having that similar Masters Toronto form consistently. Talked about how it's so sad to see that level and then they fall off after at the end of the season. Last year, this feels like not a one-time team.
Yeah, and the thing for Wolves here is, like, considering how well these players played today, like, honestly, the sky is the limit for this squad. Like, they're looking really promising. Heck, even further than that, they'll make it to orbit or something like that before they
First
come
team
back
in space.
down again. Yeah, 2027 Masters on the moon. But yeah, either way, it's a really impressive young squad, and for Trace, I think there were plenty of good signs, but just maybe needing a bit more time to gel everything together.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a strong start on Abyss that clearly forced Wolves into an uncomfortable position. Second map, I think, again, their calling was fine. It was, again, just a few rounds not going their way. Yeah, that was a very, very close game on that road to recovery, that comeback. And then here, I agree. I think we're starting to reach the end of the map. They had super, super prepared because it is the start of the season. And that showed. So, just coming up short, but again, it's only the first match of the season, and could arguably be the top teams, I'd argue, in the league that we saw from the get-go, regardless of who your top 4 from Champions are with the bids, or
yeah, I mean,
inside that.
It was a bit of a strange year for China last year, because it didn't, in internationals, apart from, you know, looking at, I mean, particularly at Champs, the region kind of struggled as a whole, but it's the first time that we've seen teams that aren't EDG win stages in China, and I think it's sort of heralded in a sort of new beginning where, yeah, you maybe don't have the highest highs internationally, but there's a lot more consistency, there's a lot more different teams reaching that level. And one of the big successes of that were Wolves last year, but Trace to a similar extent too in Kickoff, both of these teams. But Wolves especially were a very promising team, and they are still very promising now. I just want to sing the praises of Autumn and Jawa again, because they stepped up massively. You can see in these match highlights, Autumn seems like he's fitting in perfectly.
I was just saying, vibe-wise, absolutely.
Yeah, Sifat Bibi was always big on the vibes, and they might have lost Lysor to XLG, but they found a more than good replacement in Autumn in terms of just the vibes, in terms of the clutch moments as well.
Give me an XLG versus Wolves where Wolves hit the Lysor on Lysor.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Next game, Wolves now go on to play XLG in the second round of the upper bracket. But the thing is, it would have been great if
crazy.
either of these teams had won, because if it's Trace winning, then you have that Viva versus XLG matchup in the next round of the bracket as well. So no matter which way it would have gone, it would have been an incredible storyline. But you sort of, we get to see Lysol play against his former squad. That's going to be on Saturday. But, you know, that's enough of the future, because right now we've got the team comms. We'll be back with you after.
听我 call， 我 call Chamber Viper 来 A shot 3个 shower 仔。好，那我去了。对，我 call 了，你们2个 A 小哦，摸哦。A 小 call 开了。你开狗了，开狗了。B 大，海星了。来吧来吧。facing 狗 facing。听一下，你们我看到了，我会对去脸上。小心左边。Q 天 com 串。我会盖这个。来1、2、3，开场，带狗。要先那个闪光。我能看到。1 pop。没拉。两个，两个玻璃，前面给，来开墙，烟，来，我来，一千，OK， 没事，Frank， 他们给烟了，我来，往这边凹槽，Go， 一直走，CT， 还一个，去，我捡包，屁股可以来，别急，4打2 chill， 小春，A 小，打者，哦，出来了 ，Nice CP， 来。Nice! Let's go! Nice. Go. Nice. 来，修啊。
Yosemite is the MVP. Honestly, kind of went under the radar a little bit when a lot of our focus was on sort of the newcomers on Spring. Just an incredibly consistent performance there. 7 multi-kills as well. Showed up massively here for Wolves.
Yeah, a perfect bounce back full circle moment for Yosemite as well. When you want these players to be confident coming into the season, you did not want a player that, like Yosemite, who was 6 and I think it was 18 or something like that on map 1, having a bad series and blaming themselves for it. So yeah, definitely liked the Viper, very confident here versus the Astra. Again, might have been the team. I feel like they were hitting up against a brick wall there at the shortcomings. So again, beautiful turnaround here for that 13-5 victory. Very statement bind here. And again, like, sweet fat baby, I'm sorry. He's 6 and 8, but he was not yelling perfectly.
Run.
First few rounds, I was scared again by the calling. I was mentioning the gaps on the defense. I was scared, and then they just backed off a little bit, and it was perfect.
I just noticed Kai 4 and 14. That's not a scoreline you want from your Yoru at all.
And that was something I brought up as well, right? How they were running a KO before with this everything else in the composition. So, no, they were running a KO Neon, right? And they switched it to this Raze Yoru, and apparently something isn't clicking there. So I could see even going into future weeks, maybe a Tracy Sport revisiting this composition and switching it up if they don't think this is working out well. But it could also just be a fluke thing, again, running out of steam on the first series of the day, or first series, I should say, of the tournament of kickoff of the season. But that's something that time will tell as well, Charlotte.
Yeah, indeed. And again, I just highlighting, you can sort of see all of the overperformance from Jawa as well here on Bind. Again, it's the new pickups that were at the forefront, and it is a bit rough for Wolves that they had to sort of replace 3 players in their roster. You know, with just Spring and Sufat remaining, they pick up Yosemite, Autumn, and Jawa, and just look still really, really nice. There were 2-1 win for this side, and as we said, it sends Trace Esports down into the lower bracket, and for Wolves, it sets up a match against XLG. Lysol will be playing against his former team, and it's the first look that we get at that new roster as well, where both Coconut has gone and Viva. So Leo and Lysol coming in. That's going to be a really interesting one on Saturday. And let's face it, it was an exciting match. I believe we will have the interview coming shortly. So have any quick thoughts here, Zobi, before we head into that?
I trusted in my boys in black and gold, Wolves, on my predictions, and they were able to pull it out, right? So very, very nicely done. But again, like the desk is also mentioning, triple elimination format. So I want to dive into actually then who we race will be in that middle bracket. And I should be able to get it here in one quick second. It is going to be the loser, I believe, between... It's going to be one of either JDG Esports, Titan Esports, or Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Because it's whoever loses after the winners of JDG Titan. It's a whole like murder mystery to solve in terms of pathings and who goes where. Is there any particular matchup out of those three that you would like to see, maybe perhaps against Trace?
Oh, I mean, it's a tricky one. I think JDG is a team that...
This roster looks promising.
Everyone is talking about JDG.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like everyone talks about JDG every year. So
like this year though, like they got Coconut, they got from the Wolves Masters run, Ji, who was super promising from her Adam. Like I'm excited for that roster. It has like a lot of potential. I cannot wait to see in the server. And I feel like to me then, I don't know who it's gonna be.
揭幕之战的胜利，之前你在采访当中也有提到，回到这里感觉非常的亲切。今天这场胜利对你来说会不会有不一样的意义？
其实我觉得这一战除了是2026年的第一场，也是因为我广州也是我从小到大经常会回来跟爷爷。
And he's like, he says like Guangzhou is like one of his like just very beloved places. He'd come every once in a while to see his grandparents, and it's also very important that 2020 this was like the first match that they won in 2026. And now they're talking about the Stinger strats. Yeah, is that like something you guys have like explored during the off season? And he's like, we've actually like prepared quite a lot for different kinds of comps on every map. And any Stinger tips? And he's like, he says that most important parts to use util to like stop people, stop the person who's playing the Stinger, because it's very hard to hold for them.
是的，那有没有什么锋刺的一些使用小技巧能够教给我们各位观众呢？
其实锋刺有打瓦都知道，都压枪就非常的困难了，对不对？所以
And the song was Ace on map 1.
去跟敌人制造近距离的对枪，尽量规避掉那种太远的对枪。 因为都起势真了，那肯定是没钱啦，所以就一起。
And how do you think everyone played today?
是的，我相信今天看了很多比赛的观众之后，回去在排位，可能大家一口局都开始起锋刺了。那再说到，其实今天你在图一有个非常漂亮的一个5杀，也是你在。
And he's like, he says that everyone played very well. It's like, except for him and Spring, who've been long time here. Both Joa and Autumn were from NA, and sometimes he had to like switch comms for them from Chinese to English.
我跟小春都打了很久嘛，其实。 周尔跟秋天都是从北美那边过来，然后我需要就是中英双语，有时候打的时候跟打完后，把所有人的想法都要结合，然后还要把他们不同的想法。
And then he said he really thanks them for like believing in him.
难，但是我很庆幸他们其实集成很好，包括秋天，包括周尔，特别是 Yosemite， 我觉得他摆脱他的心魔，其实 Yosemite。
And anything to see the fans.
只是大家没有看得非常的。 我们在训练当中呢，棒的，包括小春也是，所以我很感谢他们对我的
还有包括你自己今天也发挥得非常有。
And he's like, thank you for supporting me, for supporting VOLs and VCTCN. It's like the atmosphere is always great every time we play.
2026年的一个非常好的开始，有没有什么话想要对于观众以及粉丝说的？
And he's like, we still make quite a lot of mistakes. There's still a long way to go, and we'll keep on improving.
到了这里，我觉得非常的棒，每一次比赛都很好，然后。 我们也今天是第一把嘛，其实路还有很长，2026年才刚刚开始，我们会继续去复盘检讨我们的失误。其实我们也没有说做得非常好，要走还是有很远的路，所以我们会继续努力，然后也。
And now to talk about the lucky draw that's happening in the audience right now.
我会加油的。
是的，我们非常期待在后续狼队的一个发挥。今天也是一个全新的开始，也希望所有来到线下跟随我们无畏巡回的观众，在我们的广州。
And he's Silva is hyping the crowd
解，我们在本次的比赛现场也设有福能掉落的抽奖环节。在我们的比赛期间，现场将会随机抽取观众，获赠包括游戏皮肤、赛事周边等精彩礼品。接下来有请小肥为我们来抽取今天现场的幸运观众。
And looks like that's it for the interview.
大家给点声音。
当然，我好像听不太到你们很想要声音呢。
好，你直接说开始吧。
OK， 那现在开始。
好的，那么也是再次恭喜以上的幸运观众，也希望大家能够之后来到我们的线下进行观赛。再次感谢小飞来接受我们的采访。我们接下来即将进行的是我们的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Fat BB. I mean, what a guy. You know, a lot of self-reflection there, a lot of humility as well in the team. And I mean, how sweet was it to sort of shout out his grandparents and that as well. Obviously, the VCT China on a roadshow the entire year, kickoff in Guangzhou. It's very, very exciting that we sort of get to see all these different venues, all these different cities throughout the year. But a lot of interesting things said in that interview, and I like the recognition that they did make mistakes. There is still a lot more to do.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly, was a good summary of Bind too, and how it went, even though it was fairly one-sided in the score department. And
yeah,
that's where, even on Haven, I'll argue, it was just, again, the team play at its core was really, really strong. And that reactivity was that term that I had, where they were just able to, again, neutralize threats as they arose really, really fast. That gave them that, again, fluctuation, that, I guess, that leeway, we can call it, to grow and learn from those mistakes as the series went on. And I mentioned the vibes, mentioning the gratitude. I am so excited to see how the press conference for this match goes, because I'm expecting some sweep that maybe glazing, you know, Jawa and Autumn and how they were playing, and you already heard it a little bit there, praising Jawa, the import, right, the rookie from NA Tier 2 coming over. Obviously, like, it was playing in English, now also switching over comms for the squad. So yeah, I think this team, again, promising. We got to see them already having a really good growth mindset coming into the season, and that means, we already said it, the space is limited. Is there even a limit then? If they're in space, they're going to the moon.
Yeah, wolves to the moon. And the other thing is, you know, we talked about this bracket. I just want to know, just before we go, I'm gonna throw you into the deep end.
No.
Who do you have winning from the upper bracket? Who do you have winning kickoff?
From the upper bracket.
Because for me, I'll say mine as well. I've got FPX. I think FPX looked really, really strong in the off season. I think this roster is really fun. I'm a big fan of Scary, and yeah, it's just an exciting team for me. But I want to know what you think.
My top 3, I'm gonna say, are JDG, EDG, and Wolves. Because JDG to me have a easier run if they can, and if this roster hits the ground running with the promise that it brings. Wolves, I think EDG would be a fun match if they can get past XLG, and we talked about that Lysor head-to-head, and obviously XLG had a really good season, a great late season showing at Champs as well. You look at players like No Man. So, you know what, I'll stick to my Wolves bias. I'll say Wolves is winning. Why not?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I am pretty high on FPX, and we get to see them in action. The second match of the day, FPX taking on Tailoo. It's Medante and Kaiserin with the call.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Series 2, Day 1 of the VCT China Kickoff. It is myself, Dante, and joining me, I can't believe I get to say it, for one of my first casts in 2026, it is Kaiserine, the Kaiser Queen. How are you doing, sister?
I am so happy to be back. VCT China's back. I'm back with the Mad Dante. I mean, you can ask for a better way to kick this off. I'm really excited, and we have a great match coming up. We have Fun Plus Phoenix versus Tailoo.
FPX versus Tailoo, and we were just talking about this just before we got started. Not too many big changes for kind of either of these teams really to discuss. I think the big one for a lot of people is obviously Tailoo. Coldfish has left, so Tailoo just is missing kind of one player on that regard. Otherwise, everything's looking pretty much the same. FPX still has the terrifying coach in Legia, and a lot of people are now kind of waiting to see how Sword9, Tailoo's IGL, is going to be able to keep the team composed around, let's face it, FPX's very dominant performance that they usually do present.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I think also, just as the nature, it's a new year, it's a new season. Like you said, a couple changes to the team, crazy. But also, I mean, I think this is a good chance to kind of see like, hey, how are we fitting in as a team? What are we bringing to the season? There's been a couple changes in the map pool. I know we were talking a little bit before the matchup started with Breeze and how teams are going to bring that. Also, we also talked about before we came on the desk, the new gun with the Bandit. So there's been a couple changes as well to the Valorant client itself, which I think will be interesting to see how these teams kind of play around, because like you said, I mean, yeah, maybe not too many crazy changes to themselves, but what does that mean for them and their play styles and how they play? And of course, like you said, a couple new fishes to come in and kind of see how they're going to do here, just with these teams on the main stage. So yeah, I mean, I think it's always exciting, and this is day one, so this is really kind of setting the precedent for what the rest of the season could really look like.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, day one, upper bracket to start us off with. So going to be quite a lot of very interesting plays to get through. And in terms of what you said, Kaiserine, yeah, not much in terms of maybe the team's differential, but map is massive, a new gun, massive. A lot of agents actually have now started kind of falling by the... should I say the Waylay side, or is that too awful of a pun, even for VCT China? But yeah, basically, for anyone that doesn't know, Waylay's become very dominant if you haven't been able to see it so far. But before we talk about the agents, let's take a look at the lineups.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of mentioned here, looking at FPX's roster, a little bit different. We, of course, have our coaches here as well, but definitely excited to see what this roster, these main five, kind of bring. Wow, they look fierce. They look ready. They look ready for day one.
Oh, everyone is locked in, and I mean, we've been seeing some couple. I mean, Ayang's a big name there. I've been seeing Life as well, occasionally. Either you mean it as a positive or a negative, but when he has Life games, literally every game is a Life game. But some of them have been more than others, and yeah, phenomenal roster coming up through, and we will see how they adapt with these agent changes, because some players have had to get kind of shimmied off of the kind of duelist, maybe onto the controller, onto it was mentioned earlier with Joby and such that Sentinels are a little bit weaker, but again, can get back to that once we have a look at Tailoo's run up.
Yeah, I mean, of course, on the other side, we have Tailoo, and a little bit larger of a coaching staff there for them as well. But both of these teams, I mean, no strangers to kind of this, right, VCT China stage. They kind of know what to expect. But like we said, going into this, there are some new changes, also a new environment just to start us off and kick off the season. And all of that does kind of contribute to what we can expect to see. But yeah, really exciting. This is definitely a player we want to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, we've got them here, Splash and Cetrod there, and that's, I think, a very, very clear component going into 2026 of how Valorant's currently running. Whenever your top performers are Neon and Raze, that's kind of expected. Neon and Raze are both just allowed such aggressive playstyles, but then to get Sova Viper for Cetrod there, that's something that is a bit less common. You're usually expecting your duelist, your chamber occasionally, because let's face it, he is just a duelist, and then we've seen like kind of the occasional, you know, Omen or anything pop off, but Sova and Viper is a good lineup to have, especially for the map pool, Kaiserine, which you brought up.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting. We were getting to see a little bit here on Icebox, which of course isn't quite in the map pool right now. But like you said, I mean, having a good Sova and Viper in your back pocket, I think crucial, especially when we can kind of look to expect to see what we have on these maps going forward. I think just having someone who has good recon, huge, and of course a lot of teams are running double controllers on some maps. It's been a little bit less popular than it has been maybe in the past, where it seems like teams were just perma running that double controller. But having a good Viper and a strong Viper, no matter how much they nerf her, I mean, she still is one of the strongest agents in the game, and if you have someone that knows how to use her effectively and has good lurks, that's huge.
It's absolutely massive. You can't really get a better... If your Viper is performing, it's honestly difficult to get more value out of a single agent. The only one I would really argue is Yoru, just because of that skill ceiling. There's so much you can do with the gate crash, the teleport and such. Neon as well, but a bit more one-dimensional, shall we say. And meanwhile, of course, as we are getting through, Ayang and Sword9 are just doing... The deathmatch has kind of the little showcase of the skills to get themselves warmed up. And the winner gets the map ban going first.
I mean, and that's another thing too. We're talking about some changes to the season and the introduction of the skirmish, especially when teams are kind of tied going into this. And of course, it's day one, so why wouldn't they be tied going into this? I mean, that's also something to be considered, because that does kind of give you the preference and the priority when you're choosing your map picks and bans. So versus kind of like that traditional coin toss, now there's a little bit more skill involved in something that these teams have to be aware of going into this is who do you put in, what does that mean in terms of like the mental game going forward. But after that skirmish, we will get to see the map picks and bans. And Matt Dante, you know, you and I had kind of speculated what we might see going into this. We did say that we expect to see this Haven, but we're starting off on Pearl here.
Yeah, so we did say we were expecting to see the bind. The kind of opposite side of that, we were saying that off the air. The opposite side of that is there are some teams that just want bind out of the way, that just immediately...
Like me.
Yeah, there are some people that treat bind very much like Ascent was treated, where maybe it is just a bit too played, it's a bit too solved, you can't really do anything with it. So bind, as we can see, gets knocked out immediately. Going on though, Pearl, the immediate start off, and it is FPX's pick. Not too surprising based on their previous experience last year in VCT China, but Pearl to start us off is always an interesting show. It's got those very big long angles on B, the mid incredibly violent, incredibly relevant to try and take over, and then moving on for it. But we can talk about that a little bit more as the players, they harness their aura for 2026. Tailoo and, of course, FPX, and Tailoo, I believe, starting us off for the walkout. Prove me wrong.
Oh. And what a way to just like harness this aura. I think
I've been proven wrong. It was FPX.
You've been proven wrong.
I've been wrong. I've spread misinformation over the internet
right now.
I've spread more misinformation over the internet for 2026, which is a standard. But yes, here we go as they're starting to come through.
I mean, just the insane production quality, I think, that we constantly see coming from China. And of course, we talked about this new kind of location to start with, but I mean,
yeah.
look how insane this is. Talk about aura.
You said like, oh, it's a new environment, it's a new year. Look at like in terms of production value, like there are things where you kind of go, what can you do to top this? And VCT China, credit to always find a way. Look at look, there's an aura surplus here, ladies and gentlemen, and you can tell by the crowd, everyone's very excited. The arena's gotten set up. It's very much bustling. Everyone's very much prepped. And based on the amount of love that Kickoff got like last year, when kind of, you know, China was still entering into the region a little bit. Like, yes, okay, VALORANT had been out for a little bit, but not that long, all things considered. I would say this is arguably China's first full year they'll get to have with VALORANT, and what they do with that remains to be seen, but it'll be a blast regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I think China is one of those regions that is like constantly raising the bar in terms of like talent, in terms of production value, and I think it's good, and I think it kind of holds maybe the rest of these regions accountable, because it's something that, you know, the rest of these regions are trying to kind of pull themselves up to the same kind of level of excellence. And yeah, it is really exciting, especially for this last region to kind of join the rest of VCT worldwide. I mean, I think it's amazing that they're able to come in and not show like, oh, we're late, we're the underdogs, but like, no, like, we deserve our spot here, and also we're gonna do it better.
And sometimes they have done it better. There's been the occasional kind of, how do the regions play? And China's always been, again, just I think at the moment with VALORANT being a bit newer, the micro decisions in terms of, you know, kind of those position stuff, that changes. But what we've always seen time and time again is the thrifties are amazing in this region. You cannot guarantee anything with an economy advantage. I don't know what the stat was for Series 1 that's just ended, but I'm talking like maybe, I want to say double digit in thrifties. That could be wrong, but we had like 8 to 9 because the China region, they kind of love to rush it down. They love to take their fights, and sometimes that is an overcommit. Other times it's not enough from the team with the advantage. So if you get to hear thrifty over the course of this series, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be seeing everyone pop off in the chat regarding it, because you will.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so interesting that we do have each region kind of has its own play style, but definitely China especially, you can kind of see some of those differences, which is exciting when we get to see on the global stage. And speaking of the global stage, you know, Champs is taking place in China later this year, so if you think like these walkouts and this production value is good, I mean, I can't wait for Champs to see like how the production value is going to be up.
Yeah, this is region-specific production value, ladies and gentlemen. Once you get the world stage, once you get that, you know, getting through, like, the graphics and everything, absolutely gorgeous. And there is the man himself, a name that has actually just been synonymous. Even the mascots are just...
Oh, they're ready. Look at them. They're posted up.
That is actually fire. That is actually
really cute.
Adorable. Look at them as well. But just very quickly going back to it, I mean, Legasia has been a name synonymous with FPX, synonymous for FPX's success, and I can imagine that we will be seeing a little bit more of it. We got to see the map pool just for a second there, ladies and gentlemen, but just as a quick reminder, in case anyone had missed it, let me just get for it. Yeah, they're still just standing there aura farming. I love it. We've got Pearl from FPX to start us off, Haven from Tailoo onwards, and then Abyss as going to be the decider there. So Haven/Bind not being the Abyss, or not being the decider, sorry. We'll see if we get there how that works out for these teams.
Well, I mean, I think too that's another thing that we kind of talked about. I mean, we did both say that we expected to see Bind. I think a lot of teams, not even just in China, but I think in general have been running a lot of Bind. Like you said, a sense out of the map pool. Bind's one of those that teams know how to execute on, and if they're practicing and skimming right, and they do it well. So I am kind of excited to see a little bit of variation in the map pool, but I'm not too surprised with Abyss being the decider. I think, especially in the China region, I feel like we've seen a lot of Abyss. I feel like teams like to run it. We just saw it in the last series as well. So I'm not terribly surprised it's going to that. I'm excited for these maps, though. I mean, I think Pearl, Haven, Abyss, we were talking in the green room kind of about our favorite maps and what we'd like to see, and you know, I'm not complaining.
No.
At least me personally. Yeah, getting to see these three on the main stage.
No, absolutely not. What I was gonna, just to kind of build off on that, what I'm gonna say is can't build off of it for long, so I'll make this point quick. But it's nice to see these three maps because they're very different in terms of their play styles. The compositions require different setups. The actual commitments require different lineups, but no different lineups here, ladies and gentlemen. Pearl getting a very consistent agent pick and ban, which is something, let's face it, I don't think anyone's too surprised by at this stage of Pearl's life cycle.
No, and I think also when we're talking about some of the changes in the offseason, I mean, Pearl has also seen some changes to the map itself, but I don't think anything so drastic that it completely changes how you approach a map like Pearl. I think Pearl is still one of those maps that we can afford to see variation in. I don't think it's so cut and dry, maybe like some of these other maps, but not too terribly surprised to see these mirror matchups. And I think what a great way to start this off, and it'll kind of give us a little baseline indicator for how the rest of the series is going to go.
Oh, yes, this is going to be your litmus test, ladies and gentlemen. A big aspect as well, something I'm quite happy about, despite the fact Resident Sage main, I believe, still of Project Horizon, unless someone's came in to take my spot, which that's fine, honestly. But
no one can take your spot. No one can take your spot.
Thank you, Queen. But with the changes such coming through, a lot of arguments have been made that Sentinels just have kind of fallen by the wayside. You mentioned the double controller, like that kind of Brim Viper, Omen Viper, usually kind of being enough to kind of fill in for the Sentinel role instead. So no Sage Wall for like this double door angle. Instead, it's usually a Killjoy setup, but instead, it's slowly from Tailoo getting the first frag of the entire series.
Like you said, I mean, I think normally, yeah, we do see that KJ setup. I think on a map, especially like Pearl, mid is so important. And especially there's so many rotations that come through there. So making sure you have those bases covered, but allowing your KJ to post up there kind of on this A site, you get the opening pick, you know, and you had the bomb down, and another pick as well from Splash. Means you can just kind of slow down a little bit. Like you said, you still have all that KJ utility on A to kind of hold and stall. You're able to stop those pushes through mid earlier on. Now, while you have given up some of that control, it's okay because you have the numbers here, and you kind of have the members of your team, if you're Tailoo, just post it up on any possible way that they can rotate through, making it a little bit tough for FPX to try to execute here.
Yeah, it is. It's a good first one, Setrod with the Bandit, but that's all it's going to be. Splash and Sword9 just absolutely cutting down FPX's push through. And the biggest aspect of that push, your Sova's the first one dead. Berlin was the one to fall there. And whenever you don't have to worry about like the Sova dart scanning you, you don't have to take your eyes off that prize. You can just essentially hold down your angles and play your game just like we've seen Tailoo do there to perfection. Especially pistol round, very, very difficult. So a nice defense, but arguably all just because FPX were missing a Sova to start with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's another kind of piece of that puzzle, is that it does make it a little bit difficult going in when you don't have, like you said, that information with in the forms of a Sova drone, Sova dart to kind of go in on site. We saw Neon, putting in work, able to slide and get a pick for the side of FPX, but I mean, that's tough, especially, you're down your Sova early on and then another pick as you try to execute on site with no information does make it a little bit tougher.
At that point, it is just kind of pray your Neon can do hospital flicks, but not hospitalize themselves. Just, you kind of have to scan the amount of angles you have to cover as well. Pearl, A site, I mean, you've got Dugout, you've got Secret, you've got Behind the Hut, you've got, like, even just on the arch, you can just, like, kind of tuck away on the side, and then you've got, like, everything to do with the staircase and flowers. A is so compact and so tight with so many angles that oil drone, arguably one of the most important pieces of utility to have just in the map as a whole. Once the ults start to come online, then we start to deal with things like the Yoru, the dimensional drift and all, but for the moment that is looking a little bit ahead into the future. We are just getting this tech pause resolved. Hopefully we'll be getting right back into it. Just checking to see if there is anything. Yeah, okay, there we go. Tailoo's gear just being a little bit shaky, but hey, if anything, if it's Tailoo's gear that's being a bit shaky and they put the first round on the board, is that a statement?
I mean, it just might be. I mean, it didn't look like anything was wrong, at least during the round. To me, they looked so clean and prepared, and I think, yeah, they did a really good pistol round defense. It does mean they're going to be able to buy up, and it's going to make it even harder for FPX to execute on sites. I'm kind of surprised
on the B side,
just when you only have pistols.
Yeah, this is, I'm imagining based off of it, it's a Tailoo are gonna not read this as confidently, and they should be able to get onto the site and plant. Just based on the utility that's going through it. Seen here, he does get scanned through. He misses the outlaw shot number 1, misses number 2 as well, actually. And Tailoo's still gunning people down. Irv with a triple life finally takes the life away from him. Can't get the Bulldog as far as I know. No, stuck on it. The spike, not.
Just holding that angle. But hey, 2 guns down.
第一波这个蟒侠感觉这个发挥跟他自己相比的话，可能不算特别满意，但是 ERV 真的感觉是个大心脏选手。
是。而且我觉得其实对于 ERV 而言，上来这个感觉还是不错的呀。
感觉已经沉浸了。
我觉得现在来到长枪分，看一下方 plus 怎么选择和处理。
因为上一分的这个经济去，所以其实中甲的人还挺多的，3个都在。 天路这一分的枪械不是很齐整，所以方 plus 是选择架一个默认，防止天路继续往前压。对吗？哦，骗到一个小型无人机，我觉得也算挺赚的。
Well, I mean, I think the other thing too is if FPX can't convert this round, not only is it like a momentum in terms of the game, but it's that economy build up as well for Tailoo. And really going to put FPX on a back foot early, and they can't really afford to do that. Remember, this is their map pick. Tailoo did get to choose their starting side, but it would be really nice for them to put at least 1 run on the board. And we saw good things from them last round when they only had pistols, so hopefully now with weapons in hand, they're going to be able to execute a little bit better. Like you said, one of the detriments that pistol run was not having that Sova, but they have Sova now. Gonna make it executing a little bit easier.
Oh. The Neons just kind of meeting at market, leaving each other alone there. They disengaged from it, but FPX coming through. They managed to get the control. 2 frags, both going their way. Ayang dropping down at the alarm bot as well to try and control the link angle. Scales just trying his best, just getting the wiggles through, that kind of jiggle peek there. No one to back him up as well, of course, so it is just that kind of level of distraction in life. Just standing on top of the spike, ready for it. It's a good jump up. The comms aren't there. Irv able to get 2 because of it, but that should be all she wrote. Okay, a lot scarier than I initially gave it credit.
That is the first run on the board for FPX. It'll be an expensive round. Only 2 weapons able to be recovered into that next round where Tailoo will be buying up. But a round is a round. Only 1 separates you from Tailoo right now, but these are the rounds that are going to start really kind of dictating the way the rest of this half is going to go. We're going to start to see that economy matter. We're going to start to see those ultimates matter.
The ult orbs as well, a big factor here, just as you said about the ultimates. We've got actually ERV has that the Cosmic Divide, the Astral Wall online for them, just due to the frags that they've landed and the aggressive defense from Tailoo here. It pushed up all the way through A main. They're wanting to contest these ult orbs, and Kaiserine, maybe they're listening to you in terms of what they should be valuing here, because right now Tailoo not wanting to give any of that control. In fact, off the back of it, FPX being forced a 5-man push into this B long. This time they do have guns, but they don't really have the health. Doesn't matter if Citron's able to land that first shot. ERV, who's been so pivotal now, needs to do a bit more. He's already gone.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of tough. Not much you can do when they're kind of pinching you like that, especially with all that util. So bomb is going to go down. Do have, of course, also this KJ Molly's on bomb, so this is really easy for you to just play post plant B long, and now it's Tailoo that have to decide, do we want to try to 3v5 retake this, or do we want to wait? And it sounds like they're making the call to hold off. I don't blame them. That's really, really tough. I mean, I think that's one of the things that Pearl early on kind of had, and why it was taken out of the map pools. A lot of teams didn't like that it just became B-long simulator. You plant the bomb and then it's just post plant. And while changes have come to the map, and I do think it's a little bit easier, especially with some of the new agents that have come out to retake on this map. It's tough when you're in that numbers disadvantage, and especially so early on, you don't really want to lose any of that momentum and that build up. I don't blame Tailoo for making the call to save here.
Three guns kind of is your big aspect. You kind of need to keep that economy going, because this is a very volatile map for that. Yeah, we actually get to see the entry here. Citra, like, that is a disgustingly fast entry. We have all the sight, and even I missed that initially, just at the speed that execute came through. And yeah, off the back of that execute, it is difficult retaking the beast without some of your key components, especially without the ultimates to kind of push that into your favor. If the Cosmic Divide is out, Irv has now sat there with it for 2. This will be the 3rd round if they don't pop the Cosmic Divide. And I've always been very critical of ult usage, whether you get value or whether it maybe does get wasted. We will see how that develops further on through this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you kind of brought that up, because I feel like a lot of times ults are use it or lose it, but also when you talk about something that costs so much time and investment in the game to build up, you don't want to just be throwing it out willy-nilly. I like that FPX are taking this a little bit slower, electing to just kind of default around. They know they're kind of on that upper buy here, so just trying to contact and see where they can get any sort of information.
So all quiet at the moment, but Tailoo actually kind of giving away that double door side. We talked about how important mid was, but only actually being covered right now. There's one Astra Star, and then of course it is ERV on that angle trying to hold it through. But yeah, Neon going at that pace, very difficult to land the shot, so it is going to cause just a little bit of a disengage from ERV. Yeah, save disengage from ERV slowly is in. The Astra Star meets his counterpart, flashes out as well, and the back and forth coming through, looking mostly Tailoo at the moment here. Splash versus Ayang to keep control of this. The Fascine comes through, not expecting to go off the spike, but Ayang falls, and a huge hold from Tailoo.
A nice slow lurk here from Scary, able to get one, but with time ticking, I don't think Tailoo's going to make the mistake of peeking E. Just hunt down that last rifle.
The timing?
Not going to be able to do it.
Finally, sword is fallen there. Yeah, no, a really nice lurk, but the risk you play with lurks is always just, if you rely on your team's execute to work, so you can actually get the value off of it, and you cannot afford to be having that timer tick down as low as it did. So
是有群力舰探到了，哎，先往后退，给个雷击剑，告诉你啊，这里很危险，别来。
Kind of holding down the fort with, say, sheriffs in hand with a couple of those weaker buys. A little bit of a default again here from FPX coming out, just starting to scout and see where they can find any sort of intel.
Cosmic Divide's down, the intel has been found. It's quite an easy walk on to the A site here. It's only Sword, but if he's able to pick up that, Scales, very much the artist of the team. The Hunter's Fury coming through to bail out Sword, able to walk out of Dugout and get a frag in the process. Are we looking at a flawless here, ladies and gentlemen? No space given to FPX at all. I said it was an easy walk onto the site, but that was all Tailoo's creation.
I think what we're starting to see from FPX is I do think they have good executes. I do think that like you can see the theory in the plan, right? But it's like they're just not able to deal with Tailoo at all. It's not even that they're not clearing them, it's just that they're like, it's kind of an afterthought and then they lose that fight. And we're seeing this like constantly throughout the map. We saw it there, the KJs in mid, and just, yeah, they were all able to get on site, but like, especially like one by one clearing the same thing and just allowing them constantly to get on you.
Congratulations on getting the site. You're missing something, guys.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. They're doing such a good job getting on site, but it's either we're not able to properly clear, we don't have the spike to plant it, and this just like doesn't seem like the FPX I think that we've grown accustomed to.
Oh, it really doesn't. Like, they had all that control, but now all of a sudden, look, the rotate's already happened. It is a 2 versus 4, yes, but with a flash as good as that! As good as that! A collat as well from Slowly! Nothing more to say.
Yeah, I really don't have words. I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking, but it's, you know, a first pick there by Tailoo, but I think FPX did a really good job and just kind of clearing some of this out. Good use of the ultimates, good shots with the sheriff, but then, right, you don't have the bomb, you're not able to capitalize, you can't get on site, and then you just allow Tailoo to just 2v4, by the way.
Yeah.
2v4 cleanup, by the way.
Oh, and that forces a timeout. Had a timeout not been called after that, again, like, look, we are here and the players are there for very important reasons, of course. Like, it's very easy for us to comment on such, but at the end of the day, oh wait, there's no timeout. There's, after forgetting the spike.
Yeah, I mean, I think if this round doesn't go obviously the way FPX want, both in terms of just the pace of the game and also the economy skew towards Tailoo, and while we're seeing good things come from FPX, good pushes on sites, good decision making, I think they have good decision makings, they have good calls, but it's like, it's almost like the nerves are getting to them a little bit, I think.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, especially as well for what we're used to seeing. There's a bit more minutes to Tailoo now, just having to regain this control. 3 versus 3, the frag's going well. ERVs, the feats have been spotted, but it's all a distraction. Scary falls, splash drops down, pops the overdrive, fries Berlin Skull to 1 versus 3. Can I do it? Very, very nearly. But the speed of the Neon, that overdrive, just a touch too far. The spike being diffused, and yeah, please, can we see a timeout?
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay. I mean, I think this is well played by both sides, although it might not see it, but I think this is a case of, like, 1, Tailoo are doing a lot of things right, and then 2, FPX are just making, like, I mean, I'm gonna say it, rookie mistakes, right? These are not mistakes you can afford to be making kind of on this big stage. Now that being said, I mean, I think we can match of the year. I mean, I think there's a lot of maybe nerves coming into play. I think just kind of maybe getting comfortable maybe in this server, but like I don't think these are really mistakes you can be like you can afford to be making, especially, you know, we see like Tyler's not making those mistakes.
It's the biggest factor of 2 or 3 rounds. He has been swung without a flash, and something as simple as that, you cannot be taking the operator. I get it. It's confidence, and if you get the headshot, hey, it's styling. You look cool. But the alternative is you lose Berlin early on, and then FPX's attack struggle.
And I mean, saying this is all coming down to FPX's mistakes isn't really doing enough justice to Tailoo. I mean, I think they have very good reads. I love the way they kind of are able to retake together also when necessary, and combo util. Lots of fights coming out here. FPX is pushing their way onto site, but not quite in there enough to get that plant down.
Actually, it's your Neon there. It's got the spike. It's Citra that's been pushed up towards Art, and yet again, it kind of is a bit heartbreaking to say, but now all of a sudden you have to try and fight your way back onto site. 4 versus 2. Citra just still trying to take these engagements without even getting that spike down, and because of that, Tailoo can just play all the patience in the world. Citra falls. They've got the spike down. They know the information. The flash comes off. Skeel swings. I mean, I do like to be fair. Okay, what we did say, and I think maybe I may have actually calmed this initially. So again, I've spread misinformation twice, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, it's looking like this is Tailoo's pick. Like, this map is looking like Tailoo's pick. It looks like they're comfortable on it. It looks like they are more than happy to get everything set up. And just with the indecision and with the kind of positioning and the placement mistakes that FPX are making, doesn't seem like Pearl has been a map that they really even considered giving much respect to.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that I guess Tailoo did get to choose their side. I mean, they did elect to start off on defense, so you know, we can maybe assume that FPX might be a little stronger in defense, but to be 7-2 here on your map pick, and it's looking like it might be 8-2 here in a second, is a little heartbreaking.
Unless Ayang can do just an absolute showstopper. I mean, there is one person that can. That's a beautiful flash. It's a beautiful swing. Sword 9 just going to cut him down. Very, very clean stuff. And yeah, as you said earlier, Kai, FPX making some mistakes, but it's pretty flawless from the side of Tailoo.
I also want to note that it seems like FPX, for being the team that won the skirmish, is losing a lot of gunfights. But I think it really just seems like it's coming down to like just decision making, and it's coming down to even calls. And it seems like they're starting to get a little bit flustered as time progresses. Looks like we're electing to take things a little bit slow and just kind of inch through this mid. That earlier on, I mean, I think they had a couple stops as they tried to push through mid, and it kind of turned them off of pushing that way. But now 4 posted up, just trying to see where they can find any sort of kind of contact and impact, just make their way up again. They're on this weaker buy, but they were able to push all the way through here.
Excellent control. Yeah, this double doors angle, it is the big one. It does create a lot of space for FPX, but with the lower buy, it's going to be difficult. I mean, Life was able to pick up 2, but again, that round still didn't go the way that they would have liked in the end. So with this split coming through, the spike now needing to get picked up and transported all the way from the attacker side. 45 seconds left. This timer is actually starting just to be a big issue for FPX overall. 40 seconds now, and the spike only just meeting up with the with this mid control. It's going to be a burst out, of course, but we'll see if Tailoo can keep their composure for it.
Well, if Cetrod can get one here, they also have their ultimate to work with. It's going to be A to get one before getting traded out. Right and left trades coming out. FPX still looking not in a terrible spot. They have the numbers. They're able to pick up some weapons. Operator in Life's hand is going to find Splash, and now it's all down to Sword.
I mean, in theory, you're dealing with 2 players not on too much HP, and the third has that Sheriff to work with, so It's not a foregone conclusion here. Sword just trying to get as much working with as possible. A miss, a big miss potentially from Life, but the crossfire from Ayang and from his counterpart does mean that there will not be any concerns just yet. But I think just that shot missing could just be a demonstration of how much FPX are feeling this pressure.
Definitely, because I think, you know, that just was a, okay, I see him, I have to take my shot now, right? It didn't even seem like a, oh, I just missed. It almost seemed like premature, didn't have a chance to line it up when you had numbers, you had time. He wasn't even facing your way. So I do think the pressure's still on, but I do think that was a very good round from FPX. And now look at this, they have 4 ultimates online, 2 away from that lockdown as well. Hopefully they're able to just take this and start to put in some work. I don't blame Sword either for trying to take that. I mean, they have the economy build up where they could afford to lose that Vandal there if they wanted to. And at the very least, hope you get 1 or 2, maybe even that diffuse off.
Yeah, maybe even more. It's a big factor now, what we have to talk about, Kai. And we've got a lot of ults to use and or lose. Cosmic Divide and the lockdown for ERV and Scales, respectively. And then 4, or not respectively, and then 4 make it 3 now. Life pop in the Dimensional Drift, getting all the information he needs. Fine slowly. The relay bolt comes through. The distractions there. The team flash! Oh no! Oh, Life getting flashed by his own team! And just as quickly as it began, it's all over. Life had the easiest kill, pardon the wordplay, of his life, and the flash just doesn't work out. Oh, dearie. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, it just... I mean, you can tell this is not what they practice, what they're used to, and I do think what happened is a couple of those early rounds got away from them, and then it just kind of spiraled from there. Yeah, I mean, ulting out in the open like that, flashing your teammate, I mean, these are just kind of like mistakes that you wouldn't expect to see, especially from FPX. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, because like off just ulting like that, like when ERV was getting those frags, I was like, oh, okay, that must have been a pretty big deal. But we see in the replay, it's just Berlin standing out in the open, relying on his teammate to get to kind of win that 1v1. And yeah, if you do, great. But if you don't, you're sacrificing. It is the last round, don't get me wrong, but the Hunter's Fury isn't going to get any value, and you're going to lose, you know, 2 of your players in the process.
I mean, even if you tucked and did that at all, right?
Yeah,
you could have tucked on
like,
the other side of screens. You could have kind of tucked in where that like little divot is. You could have even played long. I mean, there's so many other ways you could have done that. But relying on your teammate for a 1v1 when, like, historically throughout the rest of these rounds, it hasn't worked out. And then, yeah, not only are they losing the 1v1, they're really losing the 2v1 because now you're stuck in the ult animation. And because you're just out in the open like that, I mean, there's so many angles to go around where tucked have the possibility to maybe ult them, at least if they're up in your face. But yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, it is kind of heartbreaking, but it's a new half. The economy buildup is reset.
Yep.
Kind of the momentum you had from the first half is I would anticipate this to be FPX's stronger side as well. We'll have to see.
Look at them number ones from ERV. Absolutely incredible stuff. I believe that's damage per round ACS, I think just frags. And then that number 6, I can't say is First Bloods, because that would be an insane number. But yeah, incredible stats performance from himself again. If there is anything that, you know, does come through, we'll get it. But yeah, look at ERV right now. When your Astra's doing that work, Splash right behind him from that impact is just absolutely insane. I want to also just kind of comment on Tailoo's defense. Despite FPX consistently playing down their rounds to like 30 or 40 seconds minimum, Tailoo, sorry, were never going on like the aggressive flank or trying to find an angle. They were more than happy just to sit on the sites, take their control, let FPX walk into them, and then play off of that. We'll see if potentially that patience might be an issue for Tailoo going into this attack, but yet again, another team flash!
Hey, it's still 2v2. I think though here, looking at a 9-3 half, I mean, I think FPX really have to win this pistol for there to be even a hope of bringing it back.
Yeah.
Still have time. Tailoo posted up here in mid. It is going to be Berlin spotted out. Dart can hopefully buy a little bit of time. Berlin is just going to wait for this rotate from Scary to come through. They can push in together. Only 16 HP there for Berlin. That's okay. Slowly. Also low himself. Look at this.
The recon. The flank of the recon dart. Oh, this is exactly. We were talking about this earlier, Kai. This is a big, big moment here. The recon dart might not actually be necessary. Oh no. Were FPX so heavy on the flank and now on the defense side? Are they not considering it? That looks to be what's happening.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happened.
It's just like one of those things where you're watching a train wreck happen and you're like,
yeah.
please turn around, but you know they're not going to.
Oh, that's... Yeah, just the lock-in there. I don't know what the... Yeah, I mean, I guess the call of course, just try and take the fight with the util. Like, there's the recon dart, but... Oh no, FPX.